Dear participants, dear colleagues, and my dear partners. So I am pleased to welcome you this important event held in partnership with the Sigma program. And I sincerely thank for interaction and thanks for our international partners, in particular, Mr. Mantis Krievins and Nick Tees. Yes, I would like to thank about unwavering support in advance in Ukraine public administration reform. So today's model focuses on administrative services and digitalization, accessibility, and service quality. So this topic are not abstract for the national agency, and they are our daily work and daily routine maybe. And digitalization is no longer just a goal. It is a vital tool in delivering high quality, citizen-oriented public services. So, and the COVID-19 pandemic and the full-scale war have accelerated our shift toward digital learning. And today, most training for civil servants is delivered remotely using modern information and communication technology tools. The knowledge management portal, our knowledge management portal, is our key platform ensuring interaction between educational service providers and government authorities. So it also enable and automate competitive selection of training providers, ensuring transparency and quality. And it's held for the 4th year in a row. I would like to say, and fully digital approval or training programs which leads to reducing bureaucracy and speeding up decision making. Beyond education, digital transformation includes HRMS, human resources management, and our IT system, our correspondence, and maybe no. I think our system cornerstone reform under the Ukraine facility plan. So HRMS enable full cycle digital HR management from personal records to payroll. And let me now turn to some dry but crucial statistics. As you know, 88% of government authorities are integrated, and it's over 1,000 institutions. Over 47,000 employees cards have been registered. And since the beginning of the year, 232 government authorities have integrated this system. And this is my dream, only my dream. By June, they aim for 90% coverage of over 1,100 institutions. And HRMS is not just a tool. It's a foundation of a modern civil service infrastructure. The national agency, as you know, we lead. And its implementation, administration, and user support. The Sigma principles we discussed today guide our real action. For the national agency, they are the basis for building responsive and effective and transparency public administration system, and one that works for citizens. So, thank you for engagement and shared commitment to meaningful change. And today I wish you productive discussion and inspiring outcomes. Thank you so much. And now, please, Martins, your welcome speech.
Доброго ранку, пані Альошина, шановні
Good
колеги,
morning,
доброго
dear Miss
ранку.
Aleutiana.
Сподіваюсь,
Good
що
morning, dear
всі
colleagues.
дуже гарно виспались.
Hopefully, you
І
had
вітаю
a
вас
quiet
всіх на
night,
третьому
got good rest. Welcome to
тренінгу
the third
по
module
принципам державного
of the
управління
training
ОСР
dedicated to the
СІГМІ.
public
Дуже
administration
хочу
principles delivered
подякувати
by
як
Sigma.
Національне агентство,
I would
так
like
пані
to
Альошин
thank
лічно,
sincerely the National
теж
Agency in general and
Центр
to
по
Miss
адаптації
Aleutiana
і
in particular.
пані
Also, many thanks to
Канавець.
the
А
Adaptation
теж
Center
не
represented
запам'ятаємо
by Ms.
про Вищу
Kravets.
школу публічного
And we shouldn't
управління,
forget, of
яка
course, the
доводить
Public Administration
до
School,
всіх
which
держслужбовців
informs
всі
all
новини,
civil
що
servants
працюють
about most
у
recent
світі
events
і у освіті.
all across
Так
the
що
globe
вітаю вас.
and in the educational
Now
field.
I will turn to English. So those of
Welcome.
you who need interpretation, go ahead for that. Actually, I had a completely different speech in my mind, but thanks a lot, Ms. Alushina, for reminding about HR Miss. And it is actually an amazing example to show that it is not only DIA that Ukraine can be really proud of. And if you ask people who are working in service delivery area outside Ukraine, everybody is saying, oh yeah, we know Ukraine, it's DIA, right? The passports, all of the documents, all of the services, etc. But there are a lot of digital solutions that are aimed also for internal service delivery within the civil service. And HRMIS in this sense is an excellent example that it's not just a digital HR database. No, it definitely links into policy development and coordination area of the principles because it is about evidence. It is about knowing the numbers, knowing the salaries, knowing the demand for professional development. It is also about the civil service development, right? So that both the center, the national agency, can identify what next steps are required in order to increase the capacity of the Ukrainian civil service, especially now within the European integration process. It is also about
Что, без перевода?
so that people can see, okay, how many civil servants there are. Their profile. How many women are working as category A civil servants, right? 27. So we already have an answer coming from HRMS where we need to improve our policy decisions. It is also exactly linked with the public financial management area, understanding the numbers. How much money do we need in the state budget to actually provide for the salaries, for bonuses, for professional development, etc. So thanks again, Ms. Alyosina, for this example, because it really gives a very good entry point to today's thinking about service delivery and digitalization area. This is the area from the principles which is the most attractive to the political leadership, for sure, in all countries, not only in Ukraine, but across all OECD, EU, and I would say global countries, because they are all focused on making sure that your citizens are happy, especially when they go and visit the Kiev TSNAP, right, that they get the services, that your businesses are happy that they can do everything fully digital and do not need to queue up somewhere, yeah, to bring yet another thing to the bureaucracy to get some service, etc. So it is all about service delivery. But please don't forget about the internal services also, because you, each one of you, are also providing services to each other, basically, on a daily basis. With this, I want to finish. the introductory part, because I will be continuing a little bit also with the first slides. Before I will introduce you to today's superstar, I would say, my colleague Nick Thies, who will be then, as he's saying, singing and dancing you through the principles on service delivery and digitalization. So that's for the intro. Ms. Alyushina, thanks a lot. Yeah. So if you need to run, but really much appreciated all of your support at the personal level. Дуже дякую. А завжди, якщо можливо, зараз, якщо можливо, будь ласка, презентацію виведіть.
Let us see the presentation on the screen, please.
Так. О, працює. So, a little bit of expectation management. You will be working with Nick until 5 p.m. today. So sorry for that, but this is really a full day training where Nick will be really trying to take you through the 4 core principles of the service delivery and digitalization area to really explain not only what does it mean that users are at the center of the design, but also on how we are measuring it and what are the small bits and pieces what we as Sigma put into the principles when thinking about this area. So sorry for that full working day ahead of you. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, and I know that there is a mixed group of some of you who had been with us already for the first 2 trainings. Reminder, in April we had the training on strategy and policy development and coordination. In beginning of May, we had the public service and human resource management area online. And now the third on the service delivery and digitalization. But all of them are really built around what we had done with the principles of public administration. And what are the principles of public administration? It is an international framework developed by OECD Sigma program, approved by the OECD, approved by the European Commission as a framework to explain what is modern and good public administration. What are the key standards? What are the key values? What are the key principles behind this very voluminous word, good public administration? For those of you who are interested to listen not only to Nick today on this area, but also to understand the whole principles of public administration, there is a link to them, and they are also available in Ukrainian language. But the principles as a codex or as a collection of good things or values wouldn't be full without a second part, which is the assessment methodology, which was also developed by us, which we use to assess the country's performance against these principles. You can see also the link to the methodology here. And here we are really trying to go down and somehow quantify the approach in order so that we would be able to understand how far from the ideal situation each of the countries is, including Ukraine, but also for you to understand what you still need to do, where you still are lagging behind a little bit, where you do not need to waste resources, where you are already up to the top level, And also, which is from my personal experience, the most interesting thing, you can compare it with yourselves with other countries. So this is the really the assessment methodology that gives us the tool to assess you, and the results give you the possibility to compare and identify where you need the improvements. And these, the whole logic is on this slide. First, there are principles, general of nature, high level, trying to explain what are the basics of good public administration. Then there is assessment methodology that is already trying to quantify things, meaning providing you with a set of criteria that we assess. And then the end result is a report on the state of play in Ukraine or any other country on all of these principles, on how they look in your country, where we see the problems from a side, and also where we set out the recommendations in terms of priority, I would say, because also one thing to understand, our recommendations are really prioritized. We are not trying to identify what you need to do on all the smallest things. In terms of understanding all of it, for those of you who are data geeks, I would say, or people who like the data and understanding, the most important thing is this smallest criteria part that is just right above Nick's head, which is the smallest part of the actual assessment process, right? Where we are really asking you, how many users does DIA have? Are they satisfied with the use of the services? Do you have a strategy? Do you have regulations? Do you engage in service re-engineering and many other things like that? All in all, you can see that there is 1,710 criteria in all of the framework. So a lot of answers, a lot of data that we are asking from you. But then it is also gradually going up into 289 indicators, sub-indicators, sorry, in 36 composite indicators that shows Ukraine's progress from 0 to 100, again, to be able to be compared. And then, of course, we do it across all of the 6 areas of the principles of public administration. All of the 6 areas are here. We had done 2 of them. Today is the 3rd one on service delivery and digitalization. A reminder for those of you who might be interested to join some other trainings from this course, the organization, accountability and oversight will be a fully online module on the 19th of June. And then the last but not the least important one on public financial management, including the public procurement, will be delivered again here on Prorizna Street, if I'm correct, 25 and 26 of June. But I'm sure that Marina and the colleagues from Center for Adaptation will be letting you know about the next steps. Was this enough of me talking, rather general things? Thanking you all for coming. And now the promised superstar, Nick, although to be honest, we wanted to make a little bit of fun with him entering with a song down from the balcony, etc. Sadly enough, the technical and financial resources were not enough to ensure that, but I'm sure that Nick will be taking care of you during the whole day. Thanks a lot, and Nick, over to you.
Thanks to you, Martins, for the too kind introduction, making me feel very, well, even more humble, I would say. Ranko. And I'm afraid that's close to be it in your beautiful Ukrainian language for today from my side, I'm afraid. But I know that we have excellent colleagues who will be my voice in your ears today if needed. So big thanks in advance. But I'm sure that we will be able to work in a quite efficient, effective, and also pleasant way. And the three, I think, are important. Efficient, transferring as much as insights as possible. Effective, that it also resonates in your daily practice. And also that we have a bit of fun. I mean, the world is serious enough outside. Let's also discuss with each other in a very pleasant way. So that's also the aim for today. You start dancing and flying already. Martins knows that for me it's very difficult to be stuck to a seat. So he's freeing up the stage already because I cannot speak and sit down, not for too long. And certainly if I'm speaking a whole day, I need to stand up. It's also a bit more lively for you. But I was told that I have this kind of angle with the camera to speak, so I cannot move too much there and there. I've been told. Thank you so much. Colleagues, before we dive into the topic or topics for today, let me just, as words of introduction, warmly thank you as Ukrainian citizens, first and foremost, but also as Ukrainian public administration or civil servants and a warm welcome to your beautiful country and city. It's not the first time I come here, but still it's always with a lot of pleasure and warmth to the heart. Also, and then I'm addressing you as civil servants, when I said to Martins, well, I feel humble. Certainly in these days, in coming to Kiev, in coming to Ukraine, and addressing to civil servants, I think the only approach for us to have is to be very humble. The work that you are doing, the way you are doing it, one can only be very humble. So in all the things that we are presenting and teaching, this is only from a very equal kind of perspective, okay? We're trying to be here to bring some knowledge across, but really from a very humble perspective. So you're doing amazing work, and please continue to do so. Then it has been today is the end of a very intense week. Arrived on Sunday after quite a travel, but you know this. Had Monday a lot of meetings with Ministry for Digital Transformation, Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers, here at the agency, at the center. Then on Tuesday, and I see some familiar faces, on Tuesday in this room, we had another quite big event on organizational performance and quality management. That was very nice. Then we had the pleasure to work for 2 days in the Kiev TSNAP. So thank you, dear colleagues, for the warm welcome over there, and also to join us today. And then to close, at least for me, this Kiev week, we're closing with this session today together on this principles of public administration, focusing on service delivery and digital. Martin said it will be an intense day, true. We have planned until 5, but I see Martin's left already the room. If we can end earlier, we will end earlier. Don't tell Martins, but we will. But still, there is some ground to cover. I have materials. I can talk until Monday. No worries. But let's see. I mean, I know these are intensive days also for you. Let's make it interesting. Let's take the time that we need. If we are done earlier, we're done earlier. Okay? It's Friday for all of us. Good. Practical thingy. If you have questions, comments, remarks, if you agree or disagree, attract my attention. Wave, raise your hand. There are microphones, the colleagues will help. We have interpretation. We can also make it interactive, okay? So anytime, feel free to interrupt, being it with a comment, something to add, with an example, or to disagree. Happy to discuss, always. Then, what we are doing today is that we are putting the spotlights on what we call in our principles the area of service delivery and digitalization or digital government. In the Sigma team, this is my responsibility. I'm leading the team that is responsible for this. And in this way, we are working with not only with Ukraine, but with all the countries in our mandate. These are all the countries in the Eastern Partnership region. I do a lot of work in the Western Balkans, but also North Africa, Middle East. I'm Belgian. So I worked at the Belgian Public Administration. I worked at academia in Belgium, but also the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital. And then later on, I worked at the European level, European agency covering these things. And now for the last 5-6 years, this is what I'm doing in Sigma. We will come to all of these things. No worries, I will talk you through the agenda. That will be all good. Important at the start, when we are saying, zooming in on service delivery and digital, this is what we want to put the emphasis on. The whole day, in a nutshell, in one baseline sentence, is captured here. What do we want to do? Well, we want public administrations to be user-centric or human-centric. Users, citizens, businesses at the core. We, as public administration, are there to serve them. They are at the core. This is this user-centricity. So what do we mean by this? What do we want to have? At the end of the day, we want to have a public administration that places the users, whoever they are, at the center of our activities and delivering in that way high quality and easy accessible services, being it online or offline, to all people and businesses. That's what we need to do as public administration. We cannot choose our customers. We need to serve all citizens and businesses, which puts us, which puts you in a even more challenging position. Because as you know, not all your users are, certainly not these days, unfortunately, easy to reach. They might not have the highest digital competences and skills, right? They might have very specific needs in terms of being disabled or deprived or anything. Yet, still, it is your task, it is your task as public administration at large to take all of them on board, right? And that's what we want to do. And that's what we have to do. That's our core mission, our core task as public administration. Now, all of these things, this baseline, if you keep this in mind, we can already close the session, right? Because that's what we want to do. That's also how we translated this baseline sentence into our principles that then later on are translated in criteria, sub-criteria, measurement points. Yes, all of that. Is it important? Yes, it is. Of course it's important. This is what we think public administration should focus on. That's the aim, right? How to come there, it's also important. But what at the end of the day is the most important is this kind of vision. This is the kind of the purpose why we're doing all of this. And the rest is a kind of technical translation of that. I will talk you through that technical translation. So what I will be talking today, this is basically this under the area of service delivery and digital, these 4 principles, right? As we call them, as Martin said, users at the center, streamlined quality services, so high quality services that are easy accessible. We talk about accessibility, online and offline, will not only be digital and online, no, it will be multi-channel, omni-channel. Come back to this. Accessibility also to all, so leaving no one behind. And then a full focus on the digitalization. Digitalization of services, but also digitalization of government itself. So HRMIS, e-procurement, e-platforms for e-consultation, all the aspects we will also covering throughout that aspect. That's a bit what you can expect throughout the day, okay? For colleagues who were in touch with Sigma in the past, we already had principles back in the days. And Martins has already said something about this. We updated our principles end of 23, but we had the principles for 10 years. These were like the old principles dealing with service delivery. I will not take too much time on this, just saying that the new ones, we kept everything. Everything that was there in the past, it's still there in the new ones. So for the ones that worked with the old ones, everything is still there. It might be at a little bit of different place, left and right, but the core, the essence of things, it's still there. We didn't fully drop anything. Again, we modified things for sure, but everything is still there. But there are also new things. Digital, for example, in the old principles, we just had a little bit on interoperability, base registers, a bit. Now we have like a full-fledged principle on its own, focusing on digital. It was not there in the past. We have it now. Also, others are updated, are really capturing what we think the state of play of modern public administration, service delivery, and digital government. Okay? Just for you to know, if you have an interest in really an in-depth comparison, I can provide you, but that's not really the purpose for today. What's at the basis of these principles? What's at the core foundation of how we have designed them? And before diving into the principles itself, this principle 19 and 20 and 21 and 22, let me first take you into what I would call our thinking. What were and still are our ideas behind these technical principles? And they are, I think, captured on this one slide. So, besides this one baseline slogan that I told you before, if there is like one slide, one image that I would like you to remember at the end of the day, then it's this one. This includes everything, okay? And I will talk you through the steps, step by step, because all of these things are documented to the full. What is it about at the end of the day? At the end of the day, it's about putting the citizen, customer, user at the heart, the center of things. Of things, all the things that we do. So we're putting the citizen, the customer, at the center of the design, being it the policy design or the service design. So we take him or her on board. We listen to them. We capture their expectations, their needs, their views. We don't think on behalf of them. We think with them. We also include them in decisions. We do not only decide upon them, for them. No, we co-decide. We also involve them in the implementation, co-production, co-implementation of services. They become real partners in service delivery. This is what digital and online service delivery is very much dependent on. Having users that are able to be part of the service production, service delivery chain, right? So you really give quite a responsibility to users as co-producers, right? And they also become part of the evaluation, the monitoring. You ask their opinion. You measure their satisfaction. And you take this on board. So we are moving from this classical design, decision, production, evaluations circle closer. We'll try to act as Frank Sinatra, really close. Good, thanks. So we are moving from this classical design, decision, production, evaluation cycle to what we call this 4-co model. Co-design, co-decision making, co-production, co-evaluation. 4 Co's. This is user centricity. And in this, we are changing the DNA of public administration. Because for a very long time, this was not a model. We were at the center. Public administration was at the center of the universe. And users, they were just like a difficult thing to deal with. We were making laws. We were making regulations. Hey, we are the top experts. We know what's good for people. Yes, we are experts. We always will be. But it's also good to listen to people and to involve, right? Again, we are trying to change DNA of public administration, of this kind of culture that we have built for centuries. That's us, right? That's us. Strong, powerful. Even users need to climb. They need to make an effort to come to us. They physically, literally need to climb to come to something higher, that's us. To something bigger, that's us. The image, and I know it's only an image, but still, it tells a lot about how we saw ourselves in the past and still today. A building is never just a building. It breeds a kind of culture, right? Keep this image in mind. We come with some other images later on. So this is what we want to, well, we cannot turn down the buildings immediately from now till tomorrow. That's not what I want to say. But what we want to do is to change this culture, how we deal with users, with citizens, how we work with them, how we lower the steps, make it easier for them. Told you the last 2 days I spent with Natalia at the Gieftsnap. Stairs are very low over there. Access is very proximate to the users. And I'm sure I give this as an example that this is the case in many of your administrations, organizations these days. Ukraine is doing super well in this. You're not starting from zero in all of this. You already have taken quite some leaps in the recent years. So how do we do this? What are then these different building blocks, these key elements that we then have translated also in our principles? It all starts with having an understanding, insight in the user's needs and expectations. Trying to get a deep understanding of the user's needs and expectations. What are they expecting from us? In terms of policy, in terms of services delivered, in the way how things are delivered. So here the key questions is, well, who are your users? Think, I will not shoot these questions to you. Don't be afraid. But start reflecting for your own organization. Who are my users in the organization? And the user doesn't exist. You do not have just one user or one type of users. you most likely have different groups of users, segments of users that expect different things from you. Are you aware? Who are your users? Do you know how your users see you? How they perceive you? Do you know what they expect from you? Again, in terms of the services to be delivered, the way how the services are delivered. So what they expect and how they expect things. So main question, what do you know about them? What do you know about the users? Because if you don't know them, if you don't know their expectations, well, how can we then translate their expectations into the services that we deliver and to the way how we deliver our services? No? All questions to you. Someone wants to reflect on this? Someone wants to comment on this? Someone wants maybe to give an example how you do this in your organization? Does it make sense? First question. I see you nodding, yes. Do you want to just briefly reflect on it? Do you want to? Yes, you. No. Okay. Someone who wants to comment on this. Do you do this in your organizations? Trying to capture the needs and the expectations from the users. Do you do this? Natalia, you do.
Так, стану, щоб всім було зручно дивитися і слухати. Так, звісно, збираємо.
Yes, definitely. We collect this information about our users because we provide services. We provide nearly 450 types of services, and they can be split into several categories. For instance, services intended for common citizens, for all citizens, and services intended for certain age groups or certain social groups. Definitely, all those groups demonstrate different needs, and they have different needs in terms of accessibility of services, inclusiveness of services. Finally, there are issues of physical barriers for visiting our offices together with the young kids, or there are issues for seniors, for instance, when they try to access our offices. We collect all this information, and when we design the services, we immediately understand who might need those services, who they are for, and we try to design the service in order to make it accessible in the first place.
Thank you so much. That's indeed what I've seen the past days, and that's also why I wanted you to comment in this way on this. I also see Marina would like to comment on this. Yeah, thanks so much.
Щодо нашої групи, я представлюсь, це
Let me introduce
адаптація
myself. I
державних
represent
стандартів
this
Європейського
of
Союзу. У нас
adaptation
досить специфічна
to the
державна
European
установа, бо ми
Union
надаємо
standards. We've got
послуги
quite a unique
державним
institution
органам,
because
так як і
our
національне
services
агентство, тобто є
are
певна
provided to
специфіка.
the
Ми надаємо
authorities such
послуги
as the
для
national agency.
державних
This is our
службовців, для
uniqueness.
посадових
We
осіб, тобто це є
serve
певна
the civil
категорія. І
servants.
ми
This
нашу
is a certain
категорію
category
знаємо,
of users. So we
їх
know
потреби,
our
тобто
user,
це
we
теж
know
наша
their
така
needs.
особливість.
So this is
І
our
відповідно дійсно
unique
установи,
feature.
організації, тобто якби ми
And of
працюємо в
course,
такому
we
контексті і
work with other
знаємо свої
organizations, with other
категорії.
institutions. Since we work in this context, we know our categories.
Perfect. Thanks, Marina. Indeed, that's the thing. Who are the users? Are they internal users? Civil servants? In your case, yes. What do they need from you? Are they different groups? Level A, level B? Are they here in Kiev based? Are they somewhere in the country? Can they move? Or do they want things to have online? Indeed, these kind of things. So that's what we need. Yeah? And again, more and more this is done, and this is needed. Because also, as Natalia said, We need this in order to design and, of course, to deliver our services. So, there are different ways in capturing needs and expectations. And some of them are costly, less costly. Some of them are better than others. All of this is, if you have an interest in these technicalities, reach out. I would be happy to provide with some guidelines, with some manuals, with some tools on these things. These things exist. Don't invent the wheel again if you are still at the start of this journey. Reach out, talk to others who are doing this, and for sure, a lot is already in place. Why do we want to measure or to capture the insights, the understanding of users' needs and expectations? Because we want to design or improve, redesign our services, our processes, right? That's what we want to do. We want to work on better, simpler, faster, sometimes, depends on what the users, what they want. So we need to understand the users' needs and expectations to then start working on our processes. Working on our processes, it might be that we want to get rid of some, that we rationalize, that we cut on some, because it's not because something was put in place 50 years ago that it's still relevant. It's not because we have always asked a document or paper from a user that now we think, why, for God's sake, are we asking this document? It's in the regulation. We have to ask the document, and then we have to make 3 copies of it. And why are we making 3 copies of a document? One is for our own archive. One is for the, archive in reserve. Imagine something happens, and then we also need to send it to the National Archive. Well, maybe we can also simplify. I'm just giving examples, right? But it's not because something has been done always that it's still valid. It's good to question existing procedures sometimes, and certainly to question things based upon needs and expectations of users. Sometimes we might to re-engineer completely. We might to think from scratch and to rebuild things from scratch, not to just cut some process on procedures left and right. No, we might to rethink things from scratch. We might to bring in digital more and more, that we digitize some parts or completely, right? That we automate some aspects to make things faster, easier, more cost efficient. So also thinking in terms of improvement, taking the needs of users and citizens into account in how we do things, also in how we deliver things. Delivering face-to-face or delivering online. Again, taking into account the needs of users. Many of the users want to receive and do business with public administration online. Click, click, pop, done. Many of them still want to have the interaction with physical persons. Because for many reasons, because they don't trust the technology, because they appreciate the physical contact and the explanation and really the professionalism of staff. Many reasons. Are we aware? Can we do this? Do we want to comply with these kind of demands? In redesigning, in rethinking our services and the service delivery, this has become more and more important. This is what we call these live events. I guess most of you are already familiar with what we mean by live events, right? Organizing your services around live events. Can someone give an example of a live event around which you organize services? Bit louder. What's a live event? Marriage, Okay, take a more happier one now. So marriage is a live event. Yeah? Birth of a child. Yeah? Going to university. Becoming unemployed. Yeah? Becoming a pensioner. Starting my business. Recruiting my first employee. Paying taxes. Yeah? Asking for VAT return. Yeah? All of big or smaller, happy or sad ones, losing a close relative, an event in life. Yeah? Events in life, again, big or small, happy or non-happy, where we, as users, have to interact with public administration. The traditional way of interacting is that users are jumping, running around from administration to administration. No. What we want to do is that we want to organize back office around this life event. Birth of a child. Register in hospital. Yeah. Immediately, information is sent to the registration, state registration. Information automatically is provided to Ministry of Finance or Social Affairs. So if there are like allowances, child allowances to the parents or mother has to be transferred, this can automatically be done. Yeah. If information needs to be provided to the municipality where they are registered, this can be done automatically. Yeah. There are many different administrations at different levels, central, local, regional, that are involved. But I, as a young father, I don't care. What cares most is my little princess in the hospital. I don't care, and I don't want to run to the municipality to register. I don't run to the Ministry of Finance to ask for allowances. I don't want to go there, and there, and there. The only place where I want to be is there, with my little princess in the hospital, right? So that's the life event. When I lost my mom, I don't want to run to the municipality to tell, I lost my mom, she passed away. I don't want to go to there and there and there and there to inform public administration that she's no longer a citizen. Yeah. No, that's the life event where back office, we as public administration, by communicating, interoperability, right? By communicating between ourselves, that we can make the life, happy or sad, way easier for citizens, for users, for the public. But this demands a shift in thinking, of course. It's not just like administration A, B, C, D, E. No. Well, they are still there, but back office, how they organize the services towards the user, this is integrated. This is organized around such a life event. Classical ones, and you have more ones that were already listed, having a baby, need to go to the hospital, childcare, a big one, studying, going to the library, for example, looking for a job, starting my first job or starting a job, paying taxes, becoming unemployed, marrying, everything related to housing, buying, renting, selling, also car, buying a second-hand car, selling cars. These things. Don't only think about the big life events, but also, well, things that happen in life, right? Also for businesses. Starting a business, licensing permits, recruiting, paying taxes, trading in the country, across borders. There are many. Many of them are standardized, yes, but many of them depends also how you want to organize and work with them. To what extent is this already in place in your practice in the country? To what extent are you already organizing the services and the service delivery around live events? Done? Not done? This is not completely new to you, right? Or it is new?
Антон Настенко, Міністерство економіки України. Так, ми вже реалізували. У нас є портал послуг.
Check.
Okay. Міністерство
So I
економіки
represent the
України.
Ministry of
У
Economy
нас є
of
портал
Ukraine.
послуг,
We have
завдяки
our
якому у нас
service
вже
portal,
реалізовано
thanks to which we have already implemented over 180 services for businesses mostly.
Це наші особисті
This is
послуги Міністерства економіки.
services provided by the Ministry of Economy directly, around 40 services, and 140 services where the service provider is a different state parties. Everything is digitalized. We have front system fully implemented. We have a dashboard
для суб'єктів господарювання
businesses.
І повністю зв'язок
And
з
we
державними
also
органами,
have full
які
connection
надають ці послуги.
and
Також у нас на сьогодні
interoperability with
започатковано
state agency service providers.
експериментальний
We have
проєкт
also started a
єдина
pilot
державна
project,
система
single
дозвільних документів,
governmental
яка
system
має
of
на
permit documents,
своїй меті
the purpose
об'єднати
of
всі
which is
дозвільні
to bring
документи
together all
в
permits
країні
and
і надання
licenses
їх
in a
через
country
один фронт
and
портал, який
ensure
на сьогодні реалізований
centralized
на Дії,
issues
БЕК,
through
який буде
front
реалізований
portal,
на нашій
implemented
стороні,
via DIA
і
back portal,
публічний портал, в
implemented
якому
on our
буде
side,
інформація про
and
всі
public
дозвільні
portal
документи,
containing
всі
information
реєстри
about
в
all
одному
permits
місці.
and all registers, everything at one place,
На сьогодні
single
дві
window.
послуги тільки реалізовані
But
через
today
e-дозвіл,
we have
але
implemented only two
проект в стадії
services
реалізації.
available through e-permit, but the project is under implementation.
Thank you so much for sharing this example, sharing this insight. This is indeed what we mean, right? So it's about clustering, grouping, bringing together families of services or services that you deliver within the ministry, but it might also be across. Ideally, in many of these live events, there is no one single service provider or some different agencies, ministries, actors take part or certain parts of the overall process, which makes it, well, not easy because you need to discuss, to arrange, to share data, but it makes it interesting for the users at the end of the day. Some examples, some countries being working on this, also there. If you like to have more details, more examples, can provide you. What is very important in this live event way of work, this is what is called this customer journey mapping. What you do is that you map the journey the user is literally walking or has to do when going through the whole series of services, the whole different steps. And then you can see for all the interactions with an administrative actor, if the experience was a positive one, a negative one, and then you can dig deeper. How come that this stage or this step wasn't a positive one? How come that in that step, I don't know, information wasn't clear? Or waiting time was like extremely long? Can have different causes. But first of all, mapping the journey that the user, he or she, or the company need to take, this already is very important. And doing this together with the user. Walking the walk, I mean, not physically, of course, but going through the whole process map. What do they need to do? Again, in this case, the example of I lost a close relative. This is the example from France. when someone loses a close relative, they have to interact with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different administrative bodies, ministries, agencies, local level, central, whatever. 12 different contacts they need to have. This is then all simplified, where, well, and that's the example for businesses, setting up a business. There's even more. I don't even want to start my business if I see that kind of picture, right? It's already makes me tiring before I even start to do my business. So that is something to be aware of, and something that can be, for sure, simplified, streamlined, made much more easier. What is key and core in all of that work? This is this aspect of once only. We are aware of once only principle, I guess. Citizens, users, businesses only once need to provide their data or the same data to us as public administration, and then it's up to us. We need to get our together. We need to get our business together. We need to make sure that databases, registers are interoperable, that back office is connected, that the citizen is not our postman and needs to run around with documents, with providing info. If we have this info, we should be able to make it interoperable, as you said. Make databases connected, secure it, clear, but still to have it connected. So behind this live events approach and service delivery, this principle of once only and reusing data, so interoperability, is a key and a core thing that needs to be there. In the future of live events, this is proactive or seamless, invisible services even. In Belgium, when my passport is coming to expire, let's say in 2 months' time, my passport is expiring, I'm getting this message, being it on WhatsApp or in my digital wallet, or if you prefer, you get like the letter at home saying, Mr. Nick, in 2 months, your passport is expiring. Please address yourself to the municipality or do the process, start the process online. The same with the driver license. These are quite, from a technical point of view, quite easy things to organize. Send out push message to the users. More difficult? It comes in my example, child is born in hospital, registration is done, automatically a data event is triggered to the Ministry of Finance or Social Affairs that, this child is born, he or she is the daughter from that parent, mother, Ministry of Finance knows we need to transfer social allowance or some kind of child benefit. We know this economic financial situation of the parents. This means that they're allowed to that X amount of money a month, in our case. So a lot of information is existing, is known back office, and automatically a service is provided from the Ministry of Finance or Social Affairs, paying the family allowance or the mother allowance to the bank account of the mother. I did not need to fill in papers. Me, mother of this child, is demanding for. No. Child is born, registration is done in the hospital, boop, data event, took Ministry of Finance, payment is done. Seamless, proactive service. Okay? And there are many examples to be thought of like this. Coming back to my example of losing a close relative, what they have done in the UK, said, tell us once. Tell us once. You can choose where. You have this 12, in the French case, 12 different interactions that you can have with some authority, tell us once. If you go to your municipality and you tell them, my mom passed away, they will inform the others in the system. And they will do what needs to be done. Or if you want to inform the tax authority or the pension agency, good. If that's your preferred contact, you inform them and they inform the others. That needs to be aware. Only once. Okay? This takes away, in such a sad period, takes a lot of burden on the citizen. In a very, very, very sad moment where you don't want to have this paper or administrative hassle. Okay? Again, here, he wants only reusing data and sharing data, letting the data do the work, not the citizens. This is key and core in this approach. Okay? Again, question, does that make sense? Does that, A, is logical? B, is this something that you are already working on in your ministry, agency, or Ukraine in general? This proactive kind of services. Is this something that is happening? Yes. So when your passport expires, you get a message from SNAP, you need to come or you need to do this and that. Not yet, I see. Where, in what case is it happening? Can you give an example where this proactive kind of services are happening? Anyone? Just yell. Someone will translate for me. I heard someone. Ah, there's the micro. Wait.
В кабінеті водія не сплачений штраф. Тоді нам повідомлять.
I didn't get that one. Sorry.
В кабінеті водія немає.
Is the the interpreters can't hear us.
Два, три. Працює.
Check.
В кабінеті водія приходить
So,
повідомлення
you
про
have a
несплату
driver
своєчасного
dashboard
штрафу.
and you receive push-ups about your failure to timely pay fines.
Інформація.
This is probably proactive.
That's definitely proactive, yeah? That's definitely proactive. Pay your fines, yeah? Push message. Absolutely. This is, yeah, that's an example. Absolutely, yeah? Very good. That's it. Thanks. So, we're moving from understanding the needs to we need to work on our processes. When we are thinking about processes, we need to think about accessibility, as was already shared by Natalia from SNAPS this morning. Well, we know our users. We have elderly users, people who might be not so mobile. Yeah? This is what we need to include in how we organize ourselves in terms of buildings, in terms of things that we do. I will not go in too much into different kind of one-stop shops, being them physical, being them online. I think you're quite familiar with these. The point that I want to make is you have different kind of users. This means also different kind of interactions. Yeah? That leads us to what is then called this multi-channel, more than one, or omni, really a combination, yeah? An ideal combination of channels in which your services are delivered. Again, in an ideal world, taking into account to a maximum extent the needs and expectations of users. If you have elderly users or users that are disabled, physical or with hearing or vision, whatever, you need to adapt your services and the way how you deliver them. But the same goes to socio-economic kind of indicators and backgrounds. If you are not serving the highest literate people, you might need to translate this into your service provision. Yeah? Online, digital might not be the preferred channel. Yeah? We know that for some services, yeah, physical interaction is still the required way, the preferred way of interaction. When it comes to family and social issues, not so much for payment, but more for advice, yeah, then the preferred option is still face-to-face to a public agent. We know this. Yeah? The thing is, do you know this for your users, and are you able to translate this into the service provision? Good. We continue. Digital plays a key role in this. Just to note that I'm not putting digital on top of my slide. We don't go digital for the sake of going digital. A bad process that becomes an online process, it's still a bad process. It's just online. So, slogan, don't digitize bureaucracy. Don't digitize an existing mess, because then it becomes a digital mess, right? So use digital really as a means to the purpose, not as a means in itself. And this is where already in Ukraine you're doing great work. Great work. Still have this always in mind when you're thinking about your service design, redesign, using digital fully, but for the right purposes. Again, first, start from the needs of the users, translating into improving processes, and then seeing how digital can help you in this. In automating processes, in digitalizing processes, once you have retaught them, once you have redesigned them. And can digital play a role in lowering the accessibility or in easing the accessibility? If it does, great, do even more. But don't start with, it needs to become digital because digital is the only thing. No. Think, why are we doing this? Okay? Just skip on some things and we move on. And then finally, to close this first cycle, we also need to commit to service standards and measure. Coming from understanding the needs and the expectations, leading to improving processes, accessibility, and bringing in the digital, we need to translate this into standards. What are we committing? Standards can be timing, can be costs, can be waiting times, anything that resonates. Committing to standards. Be clear on standards. Measuring standards. If you commit to a waiting time of, let's put 1 week, well, are you achieving 1 week? How much percentage of your services can you deliver within that 1 week that you're committing to? How come not 100%? Well, there might be some reasons. How come only 50%? Then definitely look into the reasons. So this is also about measuring towards the standards and the criteria, but also measuring satisfaction. Because that then brings us back to the beginning. Are we then meeting, at the end of the day, the needs, expectations of our users? And do we know this? Or are we flying a plane completely blind? Because if we're not measuring our performance and satisfaction, we don't know what's happening with our plane. We don't know what's happening with our organization, right? So that's also quite important. Some words on standards. As said before, standards, they translate expectations and needs into operational service standards. They can be high level, and we will come back to this when I speak about the principles. They can be very general and high level, and ideally they should also be translated into operational terms. What does it mean for concrete service or service provider? Okay? So these can be done for the government or the public administration, but ideally are also translated into concrete services and service delivery. On classical things, delivery times, waiting times, information, behavior of staff, of civil servants, right? Accessibility as said. They are for external use and for internal use. They are also kind of a driver, a frame of reference, a catalyst for improvements inside the organization. But mostly you use them, of course, to communicate outside. To tell what you're committing to tell what users can expect from you. So you're also shaping expectations to that extent. And that's then this external use, a guarantee or kind of a charter, as they're called. This then brings us to the end of this first part, or the first part of the first part. This is what we're actually doing, is that we are moving, with all of this, we're moving from satisfaction measurement at the end of the line to the management of satisfaction. We are not only at the end of the production, if you want, at the service delivery, asking, happy or not? No, we are involving users, citizens, from the beginning, throughout the service delivery production, and also towards the end asking, okay, we have tried to capture your needs and expectations. Did we succeed or not, or to what extent? And so this is moving away from only the end towards really the user centricity along the lines. And this then brings all of this together. All of these steps, and also all of different tools, ways of doing, instruments, approaches, practices, all of this together. And all of this in terms of the thinking, but also the practice. This is what we have tried to capture in our principles of public administration. In a more, well, technical way even, breaking it down, as Martin said, into principles, sub-principles, indicators. It's quite a machinery, to be honest, but this is the philosophy behind. This is the narrative, if you want. So that's why I said this morning at the start, if at the end of the day, this is the kind of slide that you have in mind, I would be super happy. If this becomes like the thing that you retain, when starting your weekend this afternoon, I would be already super happy. If you will forget about all the details of the principles, the sub-principles, the indicators, I don't care. I don't care. This is what needs to sink into the minds and ideally into the hearts. I mean, in how we behave as public administrators. Okay? I will just step aside so people who can take a picture have a picture without me interfering in the picture. Good. So this means that we're then moving from closed organizations, let's keep citizens, users, businesses, let's keep them outside, to, let's engage, to really, no, let's fully include them in what we are doing. So then we are moving away from this DNA to something like this. What kind of shape is this? This is quite clear. This is a block, a monolithical block. This, what? Is this a block? Is this a rectangular? Is this like an U-shape, an oval? What is this kind of form? Not clear. Sometimes we need to be monolithical blocks. Sometimes we have to tell to citizens, you need to pay taxes. You need to pay your fines. And we even send you a push message. I'm behaving as the monolithical block. But sometimes we need to be very flexible. Agile, right? As we call it. And say, let's interact. We are stepping a little bit back. Now it's up to you, citizen, to provide us with input, with feedback. Sometimes we need to be closed. Sometimes we are very transparent. Yeah? We give insights to who we are, what we are doing. Sometimes we need to be very closed because we cannot reveal everything. Security, yeah? Privacy, we cannot. Yeah? So again, it's just an image, and I know, yeah? But yet, images often tell more than 1,000 words. If you keep this image in mind, I think you know what I want to say with this. All of this, dear colleagues, has been translated in our principles of public administration. And I'm slowly moving to the principles so that we can cover before the lunch the general overview of the principles, so that we already have that done before lunch. After lunch, we dive into principle by principle by principle. Clear? So again, all of these ideas, they are behind all of these things I spoke about in the presentation so far. This is the comparison old principles with new. I will not go into this. The freaks, fanatics, geeks who have a deep interest, address yourself to me, and I'm happy to explain everything into the detail. But in general, no need to keep this slide in mind. 4 principles. Martin said in total we have these 32 principles. Well, we have 4 principles dealing with service delivery and digital. Principle 19, 20, 21, 22. How the principles work, this is what Martin said before, but let me come back to this. The principles have a double function. They have that's the green-blue kind of color. They have a kind of policy function, a kind of giving you ideas, setting the way forward, inspiring. That's the upper part. And then we also have, okay, if this is the ideal, in the orange part, we look to, now show us, how close are you to the ideal? If we all agree the upper part is where we want to go, where you want to go, then tell us, okay, how far are you already? Show us. And then we come in with some measurements to see how far you really are, right? That's a bit the purpose. We have the 6 thematic areas. As Martin said, one of them is service delivery and digital. We have 33 principles. 4 of them are mine. Service delivery and digital, okay? Then we have this 276, and there, only some of them are mine. I will come back to this in details, how many. We have this 1,700 criteria, 200 are mine, yeah, on service delivery. Yeah. So service delivery, in terms of all the indicators, it's not the biggest field, yeah, but it's the most interesting one. Yeah. That's a joke, right? Good, let's dive into some of these things. Yeah. What does it mean for service delivery and digital? 1 area, 4 principles, 24 sub-principles. See, I don't even have 200, 162 I only have. Yeah. So that's why we can finish earlier today, because I will not need to run through a whole lot of them. Let's start with the policy framework. What do we ideally want public administrations to look like? That you already know, because that was my baseline at the first slide. Remember, we want public administrations that put citizens, users at the center of what we do, delivering high-quality services, easy accessible, online and offline, to all citizens and businesses, right? By the end of the day, I want you to repeat it in the way that I just did, yeah? Or close to. This is what we want to do. This is how we want public administrations to look like. Yeah? How do we want to do this? Well, via these 4 principles. The first one, 19, this is what we call the design of administrative services. Yeah? What do we mean by this? What do we mean? Well, it focuses on whether government, public administration, has put in place policy, institutional setup to achieve, basically, to enable, to facilitate, to allow this user-centric service design and delivery. Developing frameworks for user engagement, participation, standards, and also reducing administrative burden. Basically, dear colleagues, it's providing the conditions, the framework, legal, policy, institutional, and in terms of approaches to deliver high-quality services later on. So what we want to look at here and what we will look at, and this is then where you come in, and when we come in to measure, where you need to provide us with info, with data, with documents, to what extent is there a policy, service delivery policy in the country, high level, that is really spanning over all policy areas, that is putting forward these service delivery ideas. This is linked to your public administration reform agenda. This is linked to your public administration reform action plan. To what extent do you have service delivery, user centricity, and digital covered in there? Or to what extent do you have a separate digital agenda coming up soon or in place until now? No? So to what extent do you have the policy framework? Okay. To what extent do you have the institutional setup? That you have a responsible actor who can drive this file, who is leading this policy area, who can work, of course, with the different line ministries, agencies, to make it happen, but some actor that is in charge to leading this file. That is not a bit here in the Ministry of Economy, a bit here in the Ministry of Social Affairs, a bit here in the Ministry of Finance. No. Of course, they all need to be on board. Of course, they all need to be aligned. But it needs to come from an overall policy, an idea, also driven, really taken forward, taken up by a responsible institution. That's the whole institutional setup. Okay. To what extent this is also translated into certain regulations? Administrative burden reduction or prevention. To what extent, when you're coming up with new legislation, primary legislation or secondary legislation, to what extent are you taking burdens, potential burdens into account? We come to this. To what extent are you fighting burdens? To what extent are you screening current regulations, administrative provisions, to the extent to see where can we cut? Where can we simplify? Where can we digitize? How do you do this? To what extent is this foreseen in regulation? To what extent is it also supported in practice? Are there guidelines and manuals to do this? And how do you do this? Show us. We'll come back to this later on. Any questions on this? Because now I'm running through at the high level. In the afternoon, we're diving into the details. Any questions on this highest level? Please, raise your hand, attract the attention. Happy to discuss. Later on, and that's for the afternoon, we will dive into the different sub-principles. And this is a principle. It has 6 sub-principles. As I was just explaining, we're diving into the policy and the setup, zooming in on user engagement, all the different things that I tried to explain in brief. That's a lot of text, no need to read. Principle 20. Why are we doing all of this? Well, this is to deliver high-quality services. Of course, we're interested in policy. Of course, we're interested in the regulations. Of course, we're interested in the institutional setup. Of course, we're interested in guidelines. But what interests us most is then how the services are delivered. Are you able to deliver high quality services? And this is really the heart and the core of Principle 20. What we want, or what this principle is looking at, is if the public administration, being it as a service owner, a designer, a provider, is really delivering good quality services that are easy to use. Simplification, modernization of processes, this is what we're looking at. Reduction of steps, simplification, how users can get this service, exchange of data across levels, this once only, the focus on live event formats. Is it happening, is it not happening? This proactive service delivery, happening or not happening, or to what extent happening? These are all things that we're looking at. Not just, is it somewhere in the regulation? No. Show us. What's the time for a passport renewal? Delivery time. What's the time to apply for a kind of subsidy? We have different services specified that we want to see and that you show. Time to set up a business. How much days does it take to set up a business in the country? All these very detailed services we want to see. And also measure the perception satisfaction. Principle 20, 4 different sub-principles. Dealing with looking at the quality of services, the integration in live event of services, pre-filling of forms and proactiveness, and once only. To what extent is it in legislation, but also in practice? Again, all of this explained in the text. The presentation will be provided afterwards. If you like to, in a quiet moment, read through, you have all of this, no worries. Accessibility. As a part of quality, but we really want to focus specifically in a dedicated way into accessibility. This indicator or principle focuses on the accessibility to all users, taking into account the different needs, examining satisfaction with both online and offline service provision. Okay, so we'll be looking at different services, how they are offered on and offline, to show it different channels, allowing all users, including the one with special needs, to have easy access to all information needed and high quality services. So also this focus on, well, easy accessibility, and certainly for people, citizens, users with special needs, this is what we put in the focus here. And this is then resulting into 6 sub-principles in this area. So principle 21, 6, it's about this multi-channel service delivery. To what extent is this in place and is this working? Looking also into physical access specifically. Okay. Looking to accessibility for users with special needs. And it does not always mean it needs to be disabled. Special, as I said before, might also be related to socioeconomic attention for people. So don't be mistaken by the sign, right? It's also about findability of information. How easy do citizens have access to find the right information? Or do they need to be an administrative lawyer to find their way into public administration? That should not be the case. So how easy can users, citizens, find information? And then also this information, how clear is this? How clear, understandable is information, both online, so on websites, for example, government portals, but also in offices. So we're focusing on these aspects. Again, a bit of text. Last but not least, as I said in the intro, we have a full-fledged new principle dealing with digital. Digital, well, how government managed to adapt to the fundamentals as well as advanced enablers. Impactful digital transformation. So everything related to digital, we try to get here. And this is the link with HRMIS, for example, how government is using digital tools in each of the areas of the public administration reform. This first one, here we are zooming in on service delivery, basically. Here we will be using from all these other 5 areas, policy making and coordination, accountability and oversight, public services and HRM, financial management. How are we using the areas related to digital also for this? So we will be reusing data, information from the assessment from other colleagues, also in our service delivery assessment. I will come back to this. Just saying that this is not only related to service delivery in the narrow sense, but also in the cross-cutting sense of all the public administration principles, reform areas at large. Don't get scared, because this one is a big one, and it has 9 dedicated sub-principles. Sub-principles that are dealing with the service delivery aspect. We also have some others that are dealing with this cross-cutting one. I will come back in the afternoon to this. So the digital is dealing with the digital government strategy and coordination. And so we focused already on the particular service delivery one. Well, now we're focusing on the digital one. So to what extent is there an appropriate digital governance model? But also when it comes to the strategy, right? To what extent is there also some thinking about this and reflected into the structures? We are zooming in on the area of registers and data governance. We are zooming in on the area of interoperability, so the exchange, right? As well infrastructure, the framework and the adoption of framework and interoperability principles. We're zooming in on digital identity, signature, trust services. Architecture, infrastructure, the uptake of emerging technologies, focusing on privacy and cybersecurity, focusing on an important element, what we call digital talent management in public administration. So how public administration is able to recruit, but also retain, so keep with them people with specific digital skills. We all need to have digital skills, but you know, and I think there are quite some colleagues from the Ministry for Digital Transformation, there you really need top experts on digital, right? How are you able to attract those people? That they are not going to private sector or consulting or leave the country, right? How are you able to attract them, but also make sure that after 5 months, 6 months, they're not leaving the public administration? Important point, right? And then the point of the reuse of digital solutions, so that again, we're not reinventing the wheel or solutions, but that we're also reusing digital solutions. Again, all of this is translated into the details. And the details, they come in what we then call the measurement framework. The measurement framework that we use to do our assessments. So first, as I said, I'm sorry, going the wrong way. First, the green part, this is like giving the kind of the general direction. This is where you might want to head for, okay? The orange part, this is, well, show us how far you are now in terms of maturity to that ideal picture, to put it in a simple way. And so this is what it means for the service delivery area. We have this 24 sub-indicators. And so we have 4 principles. Then we have these 24 sub-principles translated into sub-indicators and 162 little criteria. And these little criteria, they look like this. I will not go into this right now, but just give you some kind of a teaser, hopefully not chasing you away after lunch, but to tease you what's coming up in the afternoon. This is, for example, and then we close. So we are in this principle 19, design of administrative services. This has 6 sub-principles, right? So the first one, service delivery policy and the setup. This is what we are taking here. The first one, service delivery policy and setup. And these are the detailed indicator points that we're looking for. If this is overall, and I cannot point, sorry for that, but if we are looking for the overall sub-principle, service delivery policy and setup, how do we want them to see this happening? What needs to be in place? What are we measuring? What are we checking? There is a policy and strategy is in force. Planning documents include Planning documents include objectives. Planning documents include outcome level indicators. And you see all of this. So this is then how we come in to discuss with you to see, okay, if this is what we hope to happen, show us what is already happening. And then we score, we give points, and we come to some kind of general finding at the end of the day. This is how simple, but also detailed, this is all happening. And so when I said like 162, it's about these things, right? So we left 162 like this really in-depth kind of indicator measurement points. Before, and I see that they are nicely preparing the lunch for you, for us. But before we go out, any questions so far? Anything that you would like to, question, that you would like to ask, that you would like to, I don't know, contest, anything that you would like to disagree with, anything basically. Or are we hungry? That's also honest.
Дякую, Нік. Надзвичайно вдячна
Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. Basically, in terms of principles, we received many clarifications today. Now I understand things much better. It's not even a question, but it's more like a comment or feedback. This excessive digitalization, maybe you have some precautions. Maybe can excessive digitalization result in troubles if some technical failure happen? So we over-rely on the digital. We hope to provide good services. We don't want people run from institution to institution to get documents and information. So we are used to such nice things which are in digital. But let's imagine that a technical failure happen. Is it going to be a big problem? Are we able to recover quickly? Let's imagine the system goes down. We cannot do anything. Potentially, it's a huge concern. It can become a disaster.
It can become a disaster, and it has shown in some countries, luckily not in yours, but in other countries, it has already shown to be a disaster. In terms of data leaks and privacy, huge things, but also just in government shutdown because of cyber attacks. Well, not to name the country, but in a country where we are working as Sigma in the Western Balkans, last summer, basically service provision for a large number of services was down for close to 3 months because of cyber attack. system shutdown. Really? So is it potentially thinkable? It's not potential. It's happening. And for sure, there are colleagues here in this room and in the country, in Ukraine, I mean, who are way better positioned than I am to say way clever things about this. But you know this. I mean, you had this potential threat or this threat like on a daily basis with these attacks. So far, you managed to do extraordinary in terms of cyber attacks to get the systems up and running. That here and there some things happen. Well, this is, under these conditions, honestly, I think unavoidable. But in terms of like major, like impacts, shutdowns, also leakages, this is, well, quite well, and I'm now understating, this is like all super well covered. But is there in general a danger? Well, there's a big danger for this, absolutely. So clear, no doubt, no doubt. So this needs to be well managed, governed, and there needs to be a lot of special attention on this. Absolutely, this is a huge risk, first. Second, also in terms of service provision, and this is less about security and technical, it's about the service delivery model that we want to design. Another example of a country where we are working, and I will again not name the country, but there the country decided at a certain moment 2 years ago to go fully and only digital. They had a whole network of service, well, like the TSNAPs, the country was way smaller, but they had like service delivery centers across the country. And from one day to the other, they decided to close the physical service delivery. Everything and only online. There are, of course, certain services where you need to come in person to, be it to identify yourself, or be it to retrieve a document. But this is like a small percentage. And the rest is fully and only online. Top. Or not. Because there are always people that are not able. They're not able to do their administrative affairs online. Well, bad luck for them. But I come what I said before, we cannot choose as public administration to say, no, we don't want those customers. We only want the ones that are connected to the internet, that are well educated, and that they can do their business with us online. We cannot choose for that option. Banks, they can. Or if you're like an online service provider selling shoes or bags or suits, you can choose for that, not to have physical stores. But we cannot as public administration. We need to include all. So what happened in that country? What happened is that you saw private businesses, small businesses, they were popping up in all the cities and municipalities. And they're saying, no worries. If you cannot do your business online, we will help you. We will help you. No worries. For free? No, not for free, of course. Well, we also need to eat, right? So we can help you, small fee, and we can help you to do your business with government online. Well, first give your passport and then your access code because we need to log in. Seriously? So it's not only like a matter of inclusiveness, it's also like a huge security, privacy kind of issue. So besides the security threat, large scale, cyber data privacy attacks, name it, besides those risks of digital model, there's also the service provision model and some questions that we need to raise about that one. So, and this is why we include this multi-channel kind of approach or this omni-channel kind of approach very much in the principles. Are we against digital? No. God, no. Of course not. But always think And this is why I started with this slide from the needs from the users. Yeah? If you're starting from the needs of the users, there will always be users that you cannot fully serve online. Yeah? Always. Yeah? This is what we see in the most advanced ones. Yeah? Does that mean that you should not go to a maximum extent online? No, of course. Continue to invest. Try to get also these people on board. Yeah? But make sure that you're still able to provide the service also in a non-digital or non-online way, as you do. Yeah? To the extent possible. Yeah? Because that also has a price, running Snap in the way that you're running in the country. So it also is a kind of not a kind of, this is like a policy decision. What do we want to do as a country, as a government? How do we want to serve our citizens? What's the kind of the investment, the service that we want to offer to our users? So, and this is why it demands, and that's also why we start with it, a kind of a policy, a vision, a policy reflection upon this that is then translated into the way that you're doing this. Long answer to a very relevant question, Marina. A lovely good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for rejoining, coming back. That's appreciated. It's sharp 1, so I propose that we kick off for the afternoon. I expect, see, that's the alarm, so I'm punctual to start. I assume that some colleagues will still join, so we keep the doors open, everyone is free to come in. But given that we still have some ground to cover for the afternoon, I propose that we kick off. Before doing so, any remaining questions from the morning parts? Any things that you said like, I thought over lunch about this or that, and this is something that I forgot to ask, and this is something that I would need urgently to get back into. Nothing? We're good? Top. Then, let's then dive into what I promised, or where we ended before lunch. What we did before lunch is to stay on the, higher level, meaning the policy framework level. I tried to explain you the morning, there are these this double focus, this double aim that we have in the principles. One is this being inspirational, aspirational with the policy framework. This is what we want to see as the kind of guidance, the dream, right? The orange part, this is okay, and let's see now how close you come to the dream already, and also which are then the detailed steps that you need to take in implementing or realizing this, right? So then we come to the measurement framework. In the course of the afternoon, we will try to go through the measurement framework in more details. It's quite a lot of detail. And I will, cover some details, but maybe not all the nitty-gritty ones. I don't want to knock you dead, but yet want to provide you with sufficient info and insights into the whole framework. Again, what applied this morning applies also now. If you have any questions, any issues, any comments, any remarks, just raise them, okay? Otherwise, I continue. I will try to provoke some questions, interaction, but always feel free to do the same from your side. Good? Principle 19, the principle as we introduced this morning, which is about setting, you can call it the conditions, the preconditions for this user-centric service design and delivery. Covering these 6 sub-principles that we already went into this morning, and what I would like to do now is to one by one try to go through them in, what would we like to see then? What do we expect to see? What do we expect also in Ukraine to happen, to see, and where we come in with our assessment that we're also checking upon to what extent do we find these traces. To what extent do we find these traces to translate these things also then into some scores, into some points. That part, I will not go in too much into detail today. That's also not the major thing. It's more about the content. But each time you will see the link to the point allocation. That's not the most important. What I find interesting to show is also this link to this part. Because we're looking for different kind of evidence, if you want. Some of the evidence, this is paper, strategy, policy documents. Some of the things is legislation. So you have the strategy and policy, S and P, strategy and policy, this, what is it? Pink, lila kind of color. Then you have the greenish is legislation. So that's the nature of the kind of info that we're looking for. Then you have the, well, just to see for myself, this is the like institution and capacities or coordination sometimes. That's the greenish. And then the orange, this is about performance and impact. So we do not want only to measure what is there on paper. We do not only want to see what's in legislation. We also want to see what's there on the ground. Of course, paper is important. Of course, policies are important. Of course, coordination is important. But we also want to try to get an insight in what's happening now in terms of performance, in terms of impact, in terms of what's really, really happening, okay? And this is what I think you can nicely see here on this first one, where we make the difference between what we see in terms of policy and planning documents, what we see in terms of the bodies who are taking care of this, and also, and then the middle part where we're also looking into a part on the performance, okay? Just jumping back to get into the things. What are we looking for? When we're talking about this first one, which is related to the service delivery policy and setup, so the institutional setup. Well, is there a policy, a delivery of policy, and a service delivery policy or strategy that is in force in the country? Already start to reflect, okay? I will shoot the question immediately, so start to reflect already, right? So is this in place? When looking into these service delivery planning documents, to what extent, how are they created? That's a bit the kind of the technicalities of planning and policy making, including situation analysis, including objectives, including also indicators, outcome indicators, including baseline target values, including also the link to specific institutions and responsibilities, who is taking care of the certain things. But the first question, is there this kind of reflection, this policy and strategy, is this in place in the country? Yes, good. Where do you have it? Link to PAR strategy, top, good. All these other elements that are there, situation analysis, the objectives, okay, these things we will then look into the details. And since you are and have been supported by the top in the world on this, Martins, I'm playing it back to you. You did this to me the morning, I'm playing it back to you. No, just to say like, this is what we see in all the countries where we are working with. I think this has become a standard practice that these boxes, in terms of quality making of strategies, that this is more and more become a good and a proper standard. So this is also what we hope to find also here. It was the case in the past. We hope that also for the future and the current and ongoing making of the new strategies, this will still be the case. Cross fingers. Then we're also looking into, just continuing, into then not only things on paper, but also into the reporting. To what extent the things that are or have been planned, to what extent do we also see implementation rate of these activities that are planned in strategies are planned in the plans, basically. Speaks a bit for itself, right? Then we're looking into, well, how is this coordinated? How is this done? How is the service delivery as an area, as a policy area? How is this really working in the country? As said before, all institutions, ministries, agencies, up to the local level, of course, at the end of the day, everyone is responsible for implementing the services they are mandated to. But in terms of setting the vision, setting the whole policy, making the whole strategy, and really thinking on the large scale, country scale, there needs to be a drive and a coordination from a responsible body with the mandate to coordinate and steer this whole area, but also the mandate to propose and initiate simplification. So it's not only coming up with the dreams, the vision, the strategy, the plans, and you name it, but also the mandate to initiate simplification. Also the mandate to come up with methodologies for setting service standards. Remember, we spoke about these service standards in the morning. Service standards in general, but then also pushing for service standards on an operational level for different ministries, agencies, different kind of institutions. Yeah? So there also, this central body should work on this. Also a responsible body that takes an initiative when it comes to the measurement. So proposing, approving, even launching, promoting some methodologies for measuring service satisfaction and business satisfaction. And also when it comes to performance information, also a body that is active in this regard, that can really bring together on the highest level information and communicate on this when it comes to performance of services delivered in the country. How does this resonate? Where do you see things happening in the country at this level? Who has the mandate to coordinate on service delivery? So this is Ministry for Digital Transformation. Others as well? Mostly or exclusively Mindigit working on this? Secretariat, Cabinet of Ministers, thank you for the feedback and input. Others? I think with the Secretariat, so thanks for the input, I think there is indeed a big and important role also for certainly the coordination, the steering when it comes for the overall policy and strategy. Of course, when it comes to the online and digital aspects, that there the collaboration, the coordination, also with Mindigit is crucial, goes without saying. But I think in terms of coordination, certainly with number 9, that there also Secretariat plays a key role, which it does. Then when it comes to these other mandates on simplification, yes, I think. When it comes on service standards, measuring satisfaction, there you need to help me a bit. To what extent in the country there is this strong push to also go into setting of service standards and also, I would say pushing, well, let's call it initiating, for the measuring of satisfaction and also getting a high-level overview on performance. To what extent are these things happening already in the country? Not on institutional level, that comes later, but really on the highest level in terms of overview, in terms of coordination. Not, or very limited at this stage, Anyone who contradicts? Anyone who says like, no, I think we are already we see quite interesting things happening. Is there another microphone that we can? Thank you so much.
Хочу повідомити, що на сьогоднішній день Міністерством
At the
економіки
moment, the
розробляється
Ministry of Economy
скажімо так, впроваджується,
develops
як я
or
говорив з
implements,
мікрофоном.
I would say.
Це?
So, the Ministry of Economy implements something. That's what I heard.
Саме
Maybe
з цією
the speaker has
метою
not finished.
зараз Міністерство економіки
So the Ministry
розробляється
of
така платформа,
Economy
називається
develops
Pulse.
a platform called Pulse.
Її основною метою є
Its
саме
main
збір
objective is to
інформації
collect
від
information
бізнесу
from
щодо
business
проблем і
regarding
задоволеності
issues the business
послугами і
faces with
будь-якими
and regarding
взагалі взаємодією з
satisfaction
державою.
and
На
any kind
сьогоднішній
of
день вона
interaction with the
впроваджується
state. At the
через
moment, this platform
Кабінет
is
Державної
run
податкової служби.
by the
Тобто
tax
платника податків
services.
будь-якого.
So there is
Так само вона
the
буде
account,
впроваджуватись і
personal
через
account of
інші
taxpayer,
портали,
and it
і
is possible to get
цифрові
access to
послуги,
this
які надаються.
platform.
Тобто це
And
як
then the platform can be
супутня,
accessed also
така послуга,
via
і
other
її головною
portals.
метою є
So
підсвічування
it's
всіх
a kind
проблем,
of an
тобто як
adjuvant
проблеми, щоб
platform.
отримати,
Its
що не
main
так, а так само
idea
і
is to
отримати позитивні
highlight
відгуки, тобто
the
те, про що ви зараз
potential
говорите,
problems and
отримати
to collect
зворотню
the feedbacks.
реакцію про
That's what you are talking about.
послуги, які
Thus, it is
надаються.
possible to collect opinions on the
Вже понад 100
services
тисяч
provided.
відгуків на
And
сьогоднішній день.
for the time being, we've got over 100,000 feedbacks reviews.
А це за кілька місяців, тобто вона тільки
And we've
починає.
collected that much throughout just a couple of months.
Thank you so much for this excellent. Thank you so much for this excellent example, and I think this is indeed what is happening at several. Can I call it individual, ministerial level kind of initiatives, which is super. Yes, but the initiative comes from the Ministry of the Economy. Top. Okay. Yeah. Good. What we are looking for here is that indeed also others, not only Ministry of the Economy, but also others in their respective areas are also stimulated, maybe a bit pushed to take similar kind of initiatives. And this should be part of an overall idea, policy, strategy, plan. And then still, of course, the final initiative should happen in the ministries themselves. So thanks for the example, and that's well noted and clear that this is happening. Still, on the overall level, this is where we would expect some more coordinated, concerted kind of action that would happen, that would take place in and across the country, so that not only, and I'm cutting it short now, Ministry of the Economy deploys such initiatives, but this is happening also in others. Ideally, then also coordinated to a bigger extent. The other thing that we would like to see and that we would like to trigger is then also, and this is done under the second sub-principle, the link to user engagement. User engagement as tools, as practices, as methodologies. In the first one, we said, well, there should be this push, this drive for the development of common standards or common methodologies. What we would like to see here is to what extent methodologies are used. So here we are really into the performance and the impact. It's not what is there on paper. It's really to what extent for dedicated services is the satisfaction measured. And so we have listed a number of services where we would like to see, where we hope that for these services, when they are implemented or delivered by the institution that is responsible, that institution also carries out the satisfaction measurements for these specific services. And these are these ones, these 12 ones. When it's about contacts with, and here we kept it open, contacts with the civil registry in terms of birth, marriage, divorce, death. Does the civil registry, or where the civil registry is held, then also interacts with its... Sorry. Can you use the mic?
If I may, my name is Oksana, I'm from the Ministry of Social Policy. So you are talking about satisfaction with services. Is it objective if the service is provided by several stakeholders? Let's say we are talking about leasing the property. There is someone there is lessor and lessee. Two parties. So for one party the service can be efficient, while the other party may be dissatisfied. There is also another party, a third party, the state, which provides the service. So in what way can we objectively assess the satisfaction with, let's say, digitalization of this service? Because this service can be blocked by other processes.
Not sure if I fully get the question, but let's give it a try, and then you correct me if I don't get the full, or if I didn't get the question fully correct. So your question is, to what extent can we measure satisfaction if you are not the only one delivering the service?
Not really. Let me explain it in a different way. So, for example, there is a service related to support with rent in an apartment. The government pays a social benefit for IDPs to pay apartments. There are landlords. Many landlords don't want to officially rent their apartments. We all know about shadow housing rent market. It's amazing service, digitalized, everything is cool. But if landlords don't want to join in, general performance will be almost zero. So, from perspective of convenience, from perspective of accessibility, everything is great, but the service does not work. So how can we measure level of satisfaction? Those who want to rent this apartment and use this social benefit, they are willing to log into a tool to use it. But there is a third party, they are not a service provider, but they are essential stakeholder, and they are not willing to do it. So it's not efficient, an amazing idea, but the process is literally blocked.
Well, this is, I think, what we went into this morning in this whole Sorry, I'm too fast. This is what we discussed this morning in this customer journey mapping, right? That it takes into this whole, well, life event, in this case of renting an apartment, that you have different actors. And in your example, and this happens in others as well, some of them can be public administration actors, governments, but you also might have other actors in this process, landlords in your example. The first thing that is important, well, what is important is indeed that you measure to what extent are people that willing to rent a flat, to what extent are they happy with the service, the process, if you want. And then you can see, well, they are not happy at all. Giving an example, they're not happy at all. Then you can take this, map the journey. Then you can see, well, what are the different steps? They need to log in on the platform, I don't know. They need to log in on a platform. Super happy with how this interaction with your ministry is happening. Platform is working super, they can apply online, they are helped online, move to the next step. Next step is, I don't know, interaction with municipality. That is so and so because of this and that reason. Then it's the connection to this difficult step with the landlords that you say. Well, this turns out to be a huge thing. And that then impacts their final satisfaction. So that's the point. And okay, we are going way deeper than what we're having here, but that's fine. When measuring satisfaction, having like one number, 70% is satisfied. What does that mean? Nada, nothing. What do you know with the general figure? Well, it gives you an indication. If it's like 90%, you know that, okay. But if it's like 30%, you don't know with what aspects. And that's why I'm saying, if you're measuring, like in this case, general satisfaction in this case, it can only give an indication that something is wrong. That something is wrong. And then you need to go back, and that's why this journey mapping is important, to find out what in this process is wrong. And there might be multiple things that are going wrong, that are impacting, influencing negatively the final rate, the score of satisfaction. And these are the things that you need to be able to spot. Happy to do like another session, fully dedicated on this, because it's super interesting. And this goes back to this live event approach. It's not just like interaction with the Ministry of Social Affairs to apply on an online tool. No, this is one step in the live event of, well, we are renting an apartment under that social scheme. So that would be my advice when you do this kind of research for the organization. It's not just, well, you can start with measuring the overall satisfaction as an indication to dig deeper and to really walk this journey, so this customer journey mapping, walk the journey together with the users. If you would like to exchange more deeply on that, we have done quite some work on this. I can give you, in terms of, well, manuals, guidelines, examples, plenty of them. So really happy to do. Also for others, by the way, but since you're addressing, Thanks for the question. Is that an answer to your question, first of all? Oh, thanks. What we want to do here, just bringing it back to this, what we want to do here is asking the question for a number of services, and they're limited, for a number of services, okay, in the country, for this kind of services, are or is the satisfaction measured when they are delivered? When starting a business, for that typical service provision. At the end of that process, if I'm a business owner and I'm starting my business, will I be asked at a certain moment, Mr. Nick, you've set up the business, how happy are you or not happy are you with the services you received? Declaring VAT. Will I ever be asked as a business person to what extent I'm happy with how the process of declaring VAT is happening? As a citizen, when I'm applying for a disability pension, will I ever be asked to what extent this process and the way it's done is to a satisfactory level? We just selected a number of services. We could have selected way more, but these are the ones that come across in, well, most, if not all of the countries. So this is what we would like to see. Question to you, and you can immediately respond to this. Well, is this happening? For these services, these processes to happen, do you also, or the responsible institutions, do they also measure satisfaction for these ones? Yes, no? Well, we did, but only 15 years ago. Oh, that doesn't really count. So, are you doing this or not? No, you're from the Ministry of Economy, right? Which of these services would be delivered by, are there any that are delivered by the Ministry of Economy? Not starting business? Is this with economy, or where is starting a business? Ministry of Justice. Ministries of Justice mainly, okay? Okay. Is there someone, Ministry of Justice? Okay, when we come to social affairs, disability pensions, anyone? Okay, have a detailed look, because this is, when we are looking into what's happening on the ground, this would be the services that we will be targeting, and the ones that are responsible mainly for delivery of these services. If this is covered as a live event, as you said, well, then still someone should be asking to what extent these services have been provided to a sufficient level. And then we are looking for to what extent also with the input or the feedback from these results, services have been redesigned, have been improved. There we're looking for inspiring examples, if you like. Coming to admin burden. Admin burden, first of all, ex-ante analysis, admin burden for new regulations, new laws, primary, secondary legislation. And then, in number 4, we're going for the existing. So it's what they call the flow and the stock. So for the new ones and for existing ones. Colleagues that are dealing with RIAs, with administrative burden in the room? Yes? No? No, no one? Ah, that's a pity. Because what we are looking here, what we're looking here as well, the practice is that for the new legislation, regulations, that the general principles of administrative burden, and then also in application of the RIAs, that they are sufficiently implemented. And so this is what we first check on, to what extent is this foreseen as a practice? So in terms of the legislation, that you need to do this, that RIAs need to be there. Yeah. Second, to what extent there are also guidelines, manuals, or support that is there to calculate the admin burden and costs. And then number 3 and 4, and number 3 is really to what extent we're really looking into sample of a number of laws, secondary laws or bylaws in the other case. So a sample, and to really check of the last year to what extent this has been sufficiently done. Okay, so there we really look into really physically the new laws or proposed laws or bylaws, really checking to what extent this has been going on. I think this is quite common practice. This is also not super rocket science, what we are requesting here. And to my knowledge, but I'm also looking to my colleague Martins here, this practice is quite well established, I think. When it comes to RIAs, when it comes to admin burden, there is not so much going on, Martins. It's still at the... Would you like to?
Nick.
Please, Martin.
Sorry, Nick, I was on the phone.
Sorry to take you on the spot, first of all.
No, absolutely okay. Ministry of Economy is there. There is a special institution actually that deals with the regulatory impact assessments in Ukraine called State Regulatory Service that in my memory is kind of linked with the Ministry of Economy. When we did our last assessment, we were honestly not impressed by the quality of the regulatory impact assessment reports coming out from the ministries. But there is an explanation for that. And the explanation for that, Nick, is the fact that there has not been enough trainings done in terms of capacity, because doing proper regulatory impact assessment is definitely requiring some expertise and knowledge on the subject. Point one. But there is even bigger problem than my microphone. That is holding back Ukraine in terms of use of RIAs. Does anybody want to tell it honestly? And it's called lack of time. Because what is sadly enough happening in Ukraine is that you are drafting your laws and regulations in super speed, turbo regime, right? When somebody comes up with an idea, and then by evening you already have a draft law, then you understand that you do not want to follow all of the procedures as foreseen by the rules of procedure of the Cabinet of the Ministers of Ukraine. Then you ask your responsible deputy minister to call somebody in the Verkhovna Rada from the members of the parliament, so that he or she would submit it as his own proposal. And in the end, we don't have regulatory impact assessments because the members of the parliament are not required to submit one, right? And also, if you read even explanatory note, як це українською? Пояснювальна записка. Even if you read that, then in most of the cases, no impact, no impact, no impact. So I would say, Houston, we have a little bit of the problem to change, both systemically, but also both in terms of quality of people, but most importantly, you should stop running with the turbo regime in terms of the legal drafting. And actually, just to add on that, when we were analyzing the laws that had been adopted by the Verkhovna Rada, we see that approximately 50%, 50% of the laws that are adopted by Verkhovna Rada in 1 year, they get amended during the next year, which means that there is also a problem of the quality of the legislative drafting because of the speed. And because of the speed, you are also not doing a proper impact assessment. So in a way, you are trying to solve the problem. You kind of run into even more problems. So things to think about regulatory impact assessment in Ukraine.
Thanks for shedding a beautiful picture on this beautiful sunny day, Martins. This is also the area, and therefore great to have Martins here, where we as the service delivery team in Sigma really, well, collaborate and rely also on other teams. And in this case, it's Martin's team on the whole policy making, decision making, where they do really the major work in this area, and where we, from the service delivery side, we, well, serve, I think, on the analysis, and I think we add on and are mostly interested in, certainly when it comes of existing regulations, to see to what extent there is also, well, simplifications, improvements that are taking place based upon existing regulations in terms of reducing existing burdens. So also there, where the first one, this is really focused on the more standard, classical kind of impact assessment RIA work, where in the second one, we are adding on and really looking into, well, how is that simplification then also happening in place? This is what we would like to see really when it comes in terms, what I said this morning, also on using the inputs from users, stakeholders, citizens, really taking them into account, or businesses taking them into account in also redesigning certain services, in digitalizing them, but also just in cutting steps, reducing procedures, and in delivering. So this is what we are basically also looking for over here. And there we want to see examples. We want to, from your side, at that moment also hear, well, show us. If you tell we are really implementing some good simplifications on existing regulations or procedures, well, show us. Yeah? We don't only want to hear we have a plan or we have a strategy to do this or there is a body responsible for that. No. Show us. Give us examples. Concrete, daily kind of examples. It can be any kind of policy sector where this has happened over the last couple of years. Another point that in this first principle 19 that we are covering, this is this element of service delivery standards. That's what I also said this morning. It's important to try to grasp the expectations. It's important to try to build your redesign of services upon the needs and expectations of users. It's important to include digital and accessibility in these things. And at a certain moment, you also need to translate this into concrete service standards. What are we standing for? What are we committing to? Service standards that can be basic in terms of who is responsible for a certain service, what are the kind of the delays, what the kind of the timelines in which we are able to produce or to deliver a certain service that then are also regulated. Goes without saying. So to what extent are we having this service delivery standards on a general level, but also on a specific operational level? And then we come again to the same services that the list of 12 that we have before. On to what extent do you measure satisfaction? Well, here we're asking to what extent have the service delivery standards have been developed and communicated. So this is a whole area on this. So to what extent is there, first of all, the obligation to do this? To what extent is the obligation there to do this? In general. To what extent is there also a kind of support in terms of common guidelines, common guidance that has been developed to do this? So first it's about the legislation and the obligation to do this. Second is to what extent is there a certain guidance and guidelines for such a standards to develop? 3, to what extent for this, we're not asking for all of the services provided in the country. We're asking for this 12 specifically, to what extent are they basic elements that are specified, communicated for these services, this list of services. Again, if we would have colleagues in the room responsible or coming from the authorities responsible for these services, we could have a very, very good discussion. This is the discussion that we're having when we're doing our assessments, that we would like to see to what extent is this in place, is this done. First on a general level, then really on a detailed, concrete level. And then we come to the monitoring at the end of the day of service delivery standards. Well, if we have standards developed, to what extent can we then also measure to what extent services are met or not? Are we compliant or not with these commitments, with these service standards that we put forward? So it's about to what extent do we measure volume of transactions, average waiting times, time to complete a certain kind of forms, performance metrics, costs. Well, I would say basic information, but still information on service delivery that is necessary to really base your policies on. Because that's then also one of the questions to ask. Well, to what extent are we using this information to also implement some corrective actions? Okay, to what extent are we using this data to really change certain services or service provision for the better using this information? Again, this is the first general principle, principle 19, basically setting the background when it comes to policy, when it comes to institutional setup and bodies, when it comes to tools, instruments, user engagement tools, when it comes to RIAs, when it comes to service standards, and when it comes to the monitoring. So these are the, well, creating the conditions, necessary conditions, and some kind of guiding measures to make the service delivery, to make it happen. Because the service delivery, or the delivery of high quality services, this is what we're looking at the next principle, principle 20. Any questions before we move into this one? Any questions on the previous one, on principle 19? On this design of administrative services, the backbone or the conditions enabling for. Any questions on this, dear colleagues? Nope. Then let's dive in to what does this lead now? And what is this resulting? Is it resulting in high quality services? Here we are looking for or into 4 different sub-criteria or sub-principles translated in criteria. First of all, we are looking really at the quality of a number of selected services. I will come back immediately into this. Then we are looking to what extent services are integrated into this live event concept. Now, to what extent is integration already taking place? 3, it's about this proactive service delivery. Remember what we discussed this morning? This kind of push messages. Your example in, well, paying some fines, right? But also some other push messages or proactive services that are already established. So it's about pre-filling of forms, which is a kind of proactiveness. And it's also about really some other proactive services happening or not happening yet in the country. And then finally, it's also about this famous once only principle that we also touched upon this morning. To what extent do users, citizens, businesses need to provide their data or their specific data only once to public administration, to government, and then we as public administration need to operate back end in making sure that we make the data flow, that the data works and not the user works, right? That was our saying from this morning. So what we like to do here, the first one, when we're looking at the quality of services, see, this is quite a list. And the interesting thing here is when you look at the nature of the indicators, this is very much focused at not just things on paper, but we would like to see results. It's about performance impact. Here it's also about really the output that we would like to see. Really, yeah, to what extent do we see results? The first data that we are using, this is data that comes from the e-government benchmark. So the European Commission, DG Connect, is carrying out this, what they call e-gov benchmark study, in which they take, I think it's 96 services, on which they are running a lot of tests to see to what extent these services are user-centric, to what extent they are transparent, both, or on the one hand, for citizens, and the same for businesses. So there's a whole methodology behind this whole kind of in-depth work, where in our assessment, we are reusing these data, these findings. I'm thinking for Ukraine, because Ukraine was, at a certain moment, part of and covered by the eGov benchmark. But in future, it will not be covered by the general eGov benchmark. So there, from Sigma, we need to see, and we will see, when we are doing the next assessment, that we can apply the methodology used by the European Commission to carry out the e-government benchmark in general, that we can replicate this for Ukraine. This is, by the way, also what we have been doing recently for some countries in the Western Balkans that are also not covered by the general e-government benchmark. Then we are using the methodology and replicating to have like the same comparable kind of data. Good. Then from number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, there are a number of services that we are looking at, and we're looking to, well, one aspect of quality. This is about the timing. This is about average time until something is delivered. For example, when it's about renewing the ID cards, what's the average time until the new document becomes available? Immediately, on a click? Does it take a week? Does it take 3 days? Does it take a month? What's the average time? So this means that someone needs to collect this administrative data on what is or what are the times for delivering this specific document. Okay, and what's then the average time? The same for registering to healthcare, applying for unemployment benefit, applying for pension, registering a second-hand car, starting a business, registering a new employee in my business, applying for an environmental subsidy for companies. These are the services that we put forward and where we would like to see how long does it take. Some for citizens, some for businesses. Again, way more services could be put forward. We don't want to look into all. We know that for sure, for others, there is also data available. These are the ones where we would like to see this info. What is the specific timing, the specific days or timing measured in days that it takes? So we have on the one hand, in this, to say something about the quality of services, the eGov benchmark, figures, data, results. We have the objective number of the days for particular services delivered. We have satisfaction and perception data. There, first a word of clarification, because when we do our assessments, we are also running a number of surveys. Running a number of surveys in the country. So when we will do our new next assessment in Ukraine, we will be again running a number of these surveys. Population survey, where we're asking a number of these questions in terms of how satisfied are you with or were you with those specific aspects. So this is what we are running. We are collecting this data. The same towards businesses. So also there, to what extent are businesses satisfied with certain aspects of interaction with public administration. Then there is help me there, Martins, particularly on public procurement. There's also a dedicated survey where, and this then really goes, assess to the specific procurement aspect of things. So this kind of data, this kind of figures that we are looking at in our principles, these are the ones that we are collecting to come up with the information needed. What are we collecting? What are we measuring? Well, for example, this one on the easiness to complete administrative procedures. Questions formulated way more in detail in the actual questionnaire, but that's basically what we are measuring. How easy is it to complete certain administrative procedures. Also, complexity is one thing, the time that was needed, the channels used, online, offline, telephone. So this is also what we are measuring. Overall satisfaction with procedures. Then the same for businesses. Perceived easiness, perceived time, or satisfaction with the time, satisfaction with the channels used, and satisfaction with the overall procedure aspects. So here we are, again, getting really the test from the eGov benchmark. This is really in-depth, really looking into how the, as said, 96 services are really operating. Then we're looking into very specific aspects when it comes to the timing, the days, for a specific set of services. And then we have good insights when it comes to satisfaction, both towards citizens and towards businesses. So with this, we think we can cover quite okay, with some efforts, being able to say something about the quality of the services delivered. This is what we can do within our framework. It would be great to go way deeper and way more, but with this, we think we can fairly say some good things. It's not only based upon perception, it's not only based upon, well, third-party assessment as the eGov benchmark. We also want to really get an insight into some really objective, standardized data when it comes to the days of delivery. Questions on that one before we move to the next one? Anyone? Then we're moving to this very interesting one on live events or integration of services. What we said before, what we would like to see happening, and this is what we try to stimulate and to promote also with the principles, is that public administration, when delivering services, also starts to approach the delivery of services really from the side of the user, and the user doesn't see administration A, B, C, or D. No, what he or she sees and experiences is really, this is happening. I'm getting a baby. There is my lovely princess. I want to spend time with her. Not in running to the register, not running to the municipality, not running to the Ministry of Finance or Social Affairs. No, integrated as a live event service. And this means that all the services behind this package need to be integrated to an extent, the highest extent possible. This is what we would like to test here. So for these 5 live events or business events, we would like to see to what extent is integration of different services or steps or procedures that are behind such a live event, to what extent are they integrated or not? The events that we are screening, it's the unemployment services, having a baby, the loss of a close relative, moving residence within the country, and starting a business. These are the live events. Then, for example, for the first one, on the unemployment, so it's like losing a job. If this is the live event, I'm losing my job. Yeah? What are then the different aspects or services behind this event of losing a job? Well, it's about, I need to register as becoming unemployed. I need to have some information on what will be my benefits when I lose my job. Will I have any or none of how much? Yeah? How can I apply? So the one thing is on getting information on certain benefits. The other thing is I need to apply for certain benefits. Or not, does it go automatically? It's something that we look at. No? Is there some information where, since I'm unemployed now, that I have some benefits when it comes to housing, public transport, maybe about education or other kind of unemployment benefits, potentially. Do I need to submit my proof of unemployment? And also when I'm looking for a new job, do I need to somewhere need to prove that I'm looking for a new job? Do I need to register some certain circumstances that impede me for looking for a new job? No? And where do I register that I become employed again? Or is this done for me? These are, and there are many others that you can think of, but these could be, and are, most cases, different kind of steps, activities, processes that are taking place when someone is, he or she is losing the job. Yeah. Very often, these underlying processes or steps are taken care of by different institutions. Yeah. All countries have different kind of setups in such a case. Yeah. We are not interested who is doing what. We are interested to what extent they are integrated. To what extent, when I become unemployed, yeah, can I somewhere register somewhere, be it online or offline? We are not interested in how this is happening. But to carry out these different steps, how many visits do I need to take to how many institutions? Ideally, this is integrated. In a one-stop shop, in a portal, don't care, physical or online. This is what we would like to see and what we will test. Yeah? To what extent, with one visit in person or one visit to a platform online, that you can obtain or register or trigger the process to get these things really connected, interconnected, integrated. This is the example for losing a job. The same applies for having a baby. And we have all these underlying steps, we have them described. For having a baby, well, there is, okay, you need to register in the hospital, you need to do this, you need to do that. So there are also like 10 kind of steps that are then also, that we say, these are the things that should be, that could be, that we can expect to be integrated. Yeah? Again, there are many more, but these would be the minimum kind of steps that we would see integrated. And this is what we will check. And to what extent are then these minimum steps, are they fully integrated or not? This is the test that we will do for these 5 services, for these 5 live events, okay? No. Which is usually very, well, we have done this now in our assessments that we just concluded in the, Western Balkan countries. And this has proven to be very interesting for us, but also in having the discussions with the countries. Because there is still a lot of work to be done. A lot of work to be done. Yet again, as said this morning, this is what really matters for citizens. Again, they are not interested in how we are organizing ourselves. They are not interested in what's happening back office. If this is done by the Ministry of Finance or the Interior or whatever, they don't care and they shouldn't care. Yeah? What they should care is that it is done and smooth and integrated. And that's what we want to see, what we want to measure, and at the end, what we want to stimulate. Because that's also what we want to do with the assessment, that if countries find out, for the moment, they are not integrated, these services, we hope that then they also start reflecting, that they start integrating, that we can give them a push in getting closer to such an integration. Questions on this? If you like to see, because I've used now this losing a job example, we have like the description of all these minimal services that we would like to see integrated. We have all of that documented. The methodology that Martins showed this morning, so we have the principles document, the measurement framework, and the methodology, and then the country report. In this methodology, everything is like fully transparently documented. So also the description of which are the minimal services that we would need to see interconnected, also there, it's fully documented. Okay? Then we're moving to pre-filling and once only. Again, a number of different things that we are measuring here. First of all, the pre-filling there in the EU digital benchmark, EU eGov benchmark, there's also an aspect that they are measuring. They are also looking to pre-filling of a huge number of different forms, and this is the data that they collect and that we then also use for our assessment. But then there are, so that's basically part of the pre-filling. Then we're also looking for this proactive. Remember this kind of push messages? There, the example that I gave before, number 5. So when your ID card is up for expiration, so when it's expiring, that there is this automatic notification, which in many countries is already happening, and this is something that is, well, technically not so difficult to organize. So this is something that we would expect. The same for driver license. This is quite easy to organize in terms of technical terms, that also there is this proactive notification. Sir, madam, in 2 months, your driver license is expiring, you need to go to whatever. Your ID card is expiring next month, direct yourself, in my case, direct yourself to the municipality. The same for child benefits, that this is also something where this proactive action, and then also, well, there we're looking for automatic preparation of income tax declaration, so that there is this pre-filling is already happening. And also when it comes to social benefits. Question on the tax declaration. To what extent is pre-filling already happening in tax declaration in Ukraine for the moment? Is there any pre-filling that's happening? You understand the concept of pre-filling, right? So that your tax declaration is not empty, but already the administrative data that the government disposes of is already put into the tax declaration, and that you as a taxpayer, citizen, you need to go through and you need to say, well, this is correct, done. Or, no, I want to contest, or I need to change some things. My country, for a very long time, this was empty. There was nothing in or on it. So all the data you had to provide yourself. And to an extent is still the case, to be honest. What's the case in Ukraine for the moment? Is there some pre-filling done? Oh. Yes? No? Yes. First go to the... I come to you, but first... Take the gentleman in the middle was first.
Дякую. Доброго дня. Працює?
Thank you so much. Check,
Дивіться, для
check.
державних службовців
So,
декларація, вона частково
declarations for
заповнена.
civil servants are partially pre-filled.
У нас є розділ, коли
We
подаєш
have, well,
декларацію
When you
державний
submit
службовець,
your
заповнити
civil servant
автоматично, і там
declaration,
є
you have a
поле
pre-fill button,
Тому це
and you can
частково
upload
реалізовано.
information
Це
to
те,
fill
що я
some
знаю, що
fields.
додатково
It's partially implemented. I'm not sure
І
about
при поданні
tax
податкової
declarations.
звітності
And
також
when you submit your tax
подається,
reporting,
якщо зайти в електронний
well, if you
кабінет
open your
фактично
electronic
податкового агента, там також
for dashboard or tax agent, I definitely know that for individual entrepreneurs, some information can be automatically uploaded. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thanks.
Well, also, declarations we fill as civil servants is pre-filled automatically. Some fields are pre-filled automatically both for yourself and for your family members.
Great, thanks. That's indeed what we mean. You specify this for civil servants. Does this mean that for general public this is less the case or not the case? As a normal, between brackets, citizen, I need to fill in more?
So we all have all civil servants here, therefore we don't submit regular quote declaration. We all submit civil servant declaration. I don't think we have any person here with experience of filling regular citizen tax declaration.
There is no one from the Ministry of Finance or Tax Authority present here, no? Okay, well, this is what we will be looking at, right? It's not only the population of civil servants, it's the general public, right? And to what extent also there, because to be honest, there is a lot of data that is available, and that we as public administration, that we have, that can easily be pre-filled in the tax declaration, where citizens do not need then to dig into, well, some of their files and to then fill in the tax declaration. Many of the things can be done. Many of the things can be done. That's a bit, again, what we would like to trigger here, what we would like to push here. So again, with this number 3 at 20.3, the pre-filling of forms, what we want to do here is also to give a push to this, to the pre-filling, because we have this data as government, we have this data as public administration. This is something that we can pre-fill. We can do quite easily, to be honest. The other thing is to push for these proactive services. Again, we're not that super demanding that we could ask for way more. These are quite of the standard ones where we think that these are the ones that we can expect. More would be better, but let's start with these ones. That would already be like a great help, way forward. For the citizens' users. Then we move to number 4, on this once only. First of all, we're looking to what extent the once only principle is included in legislation. First thing. And then we're looking into selected administrative procedures if there this once only principle is also applied. Then, of course, we do not want only to see if it's in legislation, because it's, well, to be honest, not so difficult to put something in legislation, but is it happening in reality? And we had long discussions, to be honest, within our team, within Sigma, like, well, I mean, how do you measure? Of course, part of it we can see in this integration, but not fully. So the only thing that we are doing now, and it's not perfect, we realize, is that we are measuring, we're asking users basically in this citizen surveys that we are running, then in your country, and also with businesses, we're asking this question. To what extent? Well, do you need to provide information more than once, the same information more than once? Do you each time in your interaction with government, do you need to have like this, provide like the same data? Or is this data stored, kept, shared within the government in between the different registries? So asking for citizens, well, the implementation of once only, to what extent are you happy with? Or did you in the last interactions with the government, with public administration, had to provide several times the same data. This is a way, again, not perfect, but this is the way for now that we're trying to get this once only principle measured to see if it is applied and to what level. Again, full open and honest, it's not ideal. The best would be to really go in deep into some services and to really see to what extent this is indeed the case. That data is shared, that this basic information is shared, and that users do not need to provide this data time and time again and again and again. Any feedback on this one, on this once only? What's your feeling for the moment, how this is applied in the country? Can we? Yes, thanks, sir.
Well, I have dealt with several electronic systems. I participated in their development, and I believe that in Ukraine, this once and only principle, where a person submits information only once and then it's stored in registers, is actually implemented. So we have this user-oriented philosophy. Unfortunately, some interactions are not yet fine-tuned, and since we are in a transitional period, we are under transition from paper to paperless to digital documents that can be effective for many years or maybe for a lifetime. And while other documents are stored in a paper form, we need to somehow digitalize all these papers. But still, as part of the services I was involved in, the government sides with the user and focuses on the convenience.
Great to hear, thanks. Other feedback, other comments on this? Again, this is what we like to see happening. This is what we are, well, to an extent testing, as I said, in all humbleness, not to full perfection. But this is the kind of exchange, the kind of discussion that we hope to have. Indeed, to what extent is this applied? Where, as we can see examples, and also where not, because we know, and this is not like a kind of a critics, but we know, I mean, this is, I've seen no country where this once only principle is like fully implemented. So there are always like shortcomings here and there, and that's the, well, the thing to find out where they are. So this is the kind of exchange that we also hope to happen and hope to have also when we're doing these assessments, but also in occasions like this. But thanks for sharing. And with this, dear colleagues, we have covered half. So we have covered 19 on the general setup, the background, the enablers, if you want. We have 20 when really digging into showing some delivery of quality in service delivery. 21, this is upcoming. We are zooming in on the accessibility aspect, right? Online, offline, also people with special needs, information, all these things. And then 22, we're closing with the digital government one. When it comes to diving into the principles and into the methodological framework, the measurement part, we are halfway, as we said. We covered the overall, we covered principle 20, the delivery, to what extent we are able to deliver high quality services. So now we are zooming in on the accessibility part, and then later on also on the digital government part. Starting with accessibility. Accessibility, 6 sub-principles, sub-components that we are aiming to cover. In terms of accessibility, the first, the multi-channel, online, offline, right? Then when it comes to physical access, what's like the the time that we need. I mean, how close is it? So it's called proximity, right? How close are the physical services to me as a citizen? Or do I need to travel, well, across the country? Or does everyone needs to come to the capital, which is not the case in Ukraine, I know, but this is basically what we would like to measure and like to see. Special needs, findability of information, and then the clarity of information and communication. Good. Step by step. First, multi-channel. What we would like to do, or what we are doing, is that we are looking, and this is number 3 until 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, dedicated services that we look at. To what extent, when I am a retired person, to what extent can I apply for my retirement pension online and offline? When I'm becoming unemployed, to what extent can I apply for benefits online and offline? Registration of my second-hand car, online, offline. For businesses, paying VAT, online, offline. Corporate income tax, online, offline. So to what extent are these both options, are they offered? In case it's only online available, so for example, for businesses, when it's about paying corporate income tax, if it only has the online option, not the online, only the online option, then we require that in that process, there is the possibility to have access to a human person if there is a need for clarification, right? So we are not discouraging process to happen online, but in that online application, still there should be the possibility, if needed, to have an interaction with a human person, not with any kind of chatbot to ask for your questions or this and that. Okay? So if for any of these services you only have the online option available, then there needs to be the build-in of the contact with a human person. Okay? That's clear, I guess. Then, when it comes to 1 and 2, this is where we are looking into the legislation, to what extent this electronic communication is foreseen as part of the legal provisions, and also public services in person. So, okay, that also that right for accessing as person in the physical public services is also there. So that was the I thought that we got the sign that we had to wrap up and conclude. There we are again. All good, colleagues? All good, good. So this is the multi-channel, right? Online, offline, different kind of, speaks a bit for itself. The second one, the physical access, this is what I said before. What we're trying to do there is to measure or get an insight in proximity. And this is what we're doing for, first of all, when we're running this big satisfaction survey, this is one of the topics or one of the questions and one of the areas that we're looking to what extent people, citizens, are satisfied with the physical presence near to them, so the proximity. Level of satisfaction. The second thing that we do, that we use geodata to see where are the service points allocated in the country, and that based upon geodata, we calculate what is the travel time for citizens to have access to specific services. And there we put that, you know, by heart, but I think it's like, there needs to be like, I think between half an hour to an hour max, that you should be able as a citizen to be able to have access to a physical contact point to receive certain services. These services, I should check, because like all the details, sometimes it's a lot to get in my head. Sorry for that. Yeah, so also there we are going for the unemployment services and also the pension services, so that there to have physical access to a service point, or SNAP in your case, for any citizen, this should be within a reachable distance and time. And so this is what we are tracking with really geodata. Have some colleagues in the office who are quite genius in really doing these measurements, calculating time for distances and time to have access to these services. So this is the kind of work when we do the assessment that we are providing this data and that we have the discussions on the basis of this data. When it comes to special needs, as you can see, as I was trying to explain this morning, there is quite a bit of strategy and strategies and planning documents in what we are looking, but there's also a bit of legislation and there's also a bit of performance that we're trying to see here. When it comes to the strategy and the planning, there we're looking for being it in the overall service policy, bar strategy, or anything that is a strategic document for the country, or it has a specific document, policy or strategy, really focusing on service provision for people with special needs. To what extent are they dedicated objectives targeted really towards people with special needs? We get into, again, a couple of these technicalities, specifications, that the document has this situation analysis, that there are explicit actions, so not only objectives, but also actions defined to this, that for the objectives and the actions, there are also dedicated responsibilities allocated, who is doing what, right? And that there's also a costing that is linked to that. If we take that action, that institution or person is responsible, what is then the foreseen cost estimate for this? Most important, do we have discovered as a kind of a strategic policy line, the focus on people with special needs? That's the main thing that we would like to see here. Bless you. Then, coming into, well, what do these plans say? Planning is nice, but we also would like to see to what extent are activities implemented or not. And so what is the reported implementation rate? And then what we would like to see is also an inventory of government buildings, and to what extent there is this overview of accessibility. To what extent government has this inventory of the buildings that are accessible or not accessible for people with special needs. No? If there's not such an inventory, it's very difficult also to have targeted actions linked to where do we still need to invest, where do we still need to step up in really making things certainly physically accessible for people with special needs. Then we're going into scanning of some legislation when it's about what does legislation say about official sign language? What does legislation say about Braille? So to what extent are official sign language and also Braille included into the legislation as an official way of communication with the government? And then also, does legislation foresee in some kind of standards when new buildings are constructed in terms of accessibility? So is there standards for accessibility that are mandatory for construction or for reconstruction, retrofitting of public administration buildings? So does legislation foresees, provides in these aspects? I think these things, they speak a bit for itself. And this is then, well, up to you administration when we are coming for the assessment to see to what extent these things are there. Anything you would like to discuss on that? Anything you would like in terms of feedback, in terms of questions, in terms of, yeah, anything. If there's someone who can pass the mic, otherwise I will run around. Where is the lady just over there?
Thank you so much, Nick, for walking us through indicators, sub-indicators. Olena Cheperna, representing NGO sector, PJ. Throughout the presentation, I have a question about scoring points and the system for giving the points to a war-affected country. So let's say if we have our country scoring 5 in major cities, but scoring 0 in the occupied territories on many indicators, how does Sigma put it on the same page?
Yeah, good point. There are, I think there are many things. For example, on this, when it's about are these things in legislation or not? Well, yeah, it's there or it's not there, and that is, I think that's quite clear. It is really when we are looking into, okay, one thing is when we are like measuring satisfaction across the country, there we might see differences. But that should not per se, I'm just speaking when I'm thinking, that should not per se be influenced negatively, because I've seen quite some work on service delivery during wartime, where citizens, people, really in the hardest affected regions are, and it feels strange to say, but are, well, quite satisfied with the services that are delivered by the public administration. So it's not affecting negatively, that's what I want to say, in terms of how citizens see the services delivered by the government. That's one thing. I'm thinking about certain indicators, like delivery time of services. I'm just thinking loud. Delivery time of certain services that could be, if not online, because many of the services that you deliver in terms of passports, in terms of benefits, allowances, citizens can apply via DIA, and yeah, where they are does not impact so much in terms of delivery times, right? So, but where it's like physical access, which is hampered big time, or physical access that might impact the delivery times, in that case, for sure, we would find a way to filter these things out, in the sense that, I mean, well, how stupid do you use that word? How stupid would we be to include like negative scores or indicators that are affected negatively by the war situation into the overall score of the country? I mean, that would make completely no sense, right? But again, just saying that there are a number of, quite a large number, I would say, of indicators that still, under the current situation, are still applicable, can still apply. And where they are infected by the current situation, we should be quite able to filter them out and to also take them out or take them into account, like asterisks under these conditions. That goes. Also, like in the previous assessment, that was also already the case, that we try to do like a before and an actual status. There we will find ways. I mean, that's that should. I fully understand the, well, concern, if it's already a concern, but there we should find methodological ways to, well, solve that issue, and also, yeah, common sense ways to filter these things out to the most reasonable ways possible. Absolutely. So, but, well, thanks for raising. And we are aware that it's not, that there is no impact. Let me put it like this. But still, many of the things are valid also under these circumstances, like this. Does that resonate? Or would you say like, oof, I've seen already some that would be like completely useless in terms of our indicators, Nick, under the current circumstances? Yeah? If we can have the microphone back, please. If you like to react. Huh?
I mean, I think for us Ukrainians, it's important to understand in general that there are no extra bonuses for any country going through Sigma indicators that the war gives, so to say, you know, but it's great to hear that, you know, there is still a way to include them, as you said, methodologically, and to divide.
Well, I mean, it's in both ways, right? What we're trying to do in all our work is to try to be, well, call it objective, right? In trying to capture the reality as we see them, by really closely engaging with you, with the public administration. We never come in, observe, write a report, bam, that's it. No, I mean, colleagues who worked with us, you know how it goes. We come in, we discuss, okay, at a certain moment, we form our opinion, yeah, we present our conclusions, we can discuss. If you can provide, if the country provides really argumentation, facts, figures, that makes us change our opinion, happy to do so. But if not, well, then we stick to our opinion. So this is the way how we work. Under the current conditions, well, no, it will not give any kind of positive bonuses. Okay, we can say like for some things, under the given circumstances, well, we might, I'm just thinking loud again, well, we might see a bit, be not so strict on how fast new laws and procedures need to be made. That you cannot go to all kind of, I mean, if like new things in DIA need to be developed, that sometimes things need to go super, super, super fast to respond to immediate crisis situation. And that then certain kind of procedures, well, need to be circumvented a bit here or there because of the, this is why we might say, well, okay, good for now, but under normal circumstances, this would not pass. That's the kind of positive bonus. But otherwise, we would not say like, no, okay, yeah, we understand everything and therefore we can accept everything. No, we're not accepting everything. That's clear. But on the other side also, we are not like punish extra because of the situation. I think that was also a bit the message I wanted to pass, that where it's clear that the war is impacting certain kind of things, of course, these will be then also taken out or filtered out. So it goes without saying. That's
Thank you.
Thanks. So there, we try to apply the common sense in both directions, the positive and the negative. I think that's it. That's it. But thanks for bringing it up.
Which, by the way, leads me to say that we've done.
Which, by the way, relevant. I was about to use the word interesting, but relevant, I think, is better. On service delivery during the wartime. We have been working on this like 1.5 years ago. Would be happy to share the paper that we did. And from there, we have seen that, well, in terms of accessibility, in terms also of like satisfaction, many things, if not fully, even to a very high extent, service provision, service delivery kept going. And this is, well, this would not be the case in all countries where we are working under similar conditions. Some countries would go completely, services would not be provided. So I think this is, and this is how I started this morning, this is like huge credits to, well, all of you and to like the whole of public administration for delivering. Other questions, comments, remarks, anything you'd like to bring up? We're good? Okay, top. Yes, accessibility. Findability of information. So there we are looking into central portals, portals, to what extent they are easy accessible, also redirecting citizens, users, businesses towards dedicated service. So there we really go again to these live events, to what extent it's easy to navigate. Yeah. Or via a central portal, via portal, or others. And still, if they're not automatically on the one government portal, that still there is this easy redirection, reallocation kind of function that is there. Catalog of services, linked also to the service standards that we were mentioning before. So what are the services that we are providing? So this catalog of services, who is doing this? Again, also ideally linked to service standards. And then also, again, measuring the perception via these questionnaires that we're running, via the surveys that we're running. What is the perceived easiness to find information? Again, I think this is quite straightforward, what we're looking for, and how things are also measured. Clarity, so the one thing is like findability. How easy can we find our way as a citizen in mostly online? Here we're looking for the clarity. Are there guidelines to provide clear communication? Does this exist? Guidelines on toolkits, whatever name it is, are in place to guarantee the clarity of government information. Does it exist? Also, when it goes to guidelines, toolkits for the, websites, visual look and feels. MinDigit colleagues, is this something where you're active on providing guidelines when it comes to government websites, look and feel? Anyone? When it comes to the design of government websites in terms of clarity, in terms of look and feel, in terms of how things are organized?
Я знаю, що у нас є
Well,
стандарт.
I know that we I know that we have a standard, accessibility standard for websites. It's applicable to all governmental websites. They're supposed to be in line with the standard.
That's what we're looking for, right? These are sorry. This is indeed the kind of guidelines, toolkit of guidance that we're looking for. To what extent do we have this kind of general look and feel, or these general guidelines that are there for government websites? Again, going into citizen satisfaction, number 3, about this clarity. The same for business satisfaction. So we measure citizens and business satisfaction. And then we also we're running this web content accessibility guidelines instrument or tool that we're applying on a number of government websites. And we test the compliance of a number, I think it's a 15 or something that we have selected, or that we select, on which we're running this instrument of this web content accessibility, to see how they score, to what extent they are accessible against these guidelines. Again, which is also fairly straightforward, I think, in terms of what we are looking for and what we are measuring. So in terms of accessibility, to summarize, just to check, colleagues. Check. Should work. It works? Then yes. So just going back a bit, in terms of accessibility, these are the 6 components, sub-principles, indicators that we have covered. Multi-channel, online, offline, the physical access, users with special needs, findability of information, how easy can we find this information, and how clear is then this information that is provided. These are the different aspects that we cover under this one. Good. No questions on this accessibility? Then for the last part, we can cover the new digital principle. As I said before, this was not there in the previous PAR principles, in the previous methodology. There were bits and pieces, but not fully. So this is what we have developed now, and that also becomes full part of the methodology. As I showed you this morning, this is a big principle with, there are 2 components. The first component is this one, where we are looking into the parts that are related to service delivery. And then there is another component, as I tried to explain this morning, and I will come back to this, where we are reusing from all the other parts in our principles dealt by other colleagues, like Martins, or other colleagues, Lech, dealing with human resources in our team, that we are taking this information as part of how is government now working internally, mostly, with digital aspects. I'll try to explain more clear later on. This first part, these 9 sub-principles, they are dealing mostly with the service delivery component of things. As a start, when it comes to the strategy and the coordination, so let's say the governance aspect of things, again, we are looking into, to what extent is there a national digital government strategy or policy or program or agenda that is in place, updated, and that is also available, clear. To what extent, we come again, to what extent are there clear objectives in such an agenda or policy document? To what extent are there specific institutions, so the responsibilities are there? To what extent, number 4, is there a body, institution, anything, made responsible for leading and coordination on the digital government file? So again, here it is clear that in your case, the Ministry for Digital Transformation is the one that is leading this file. So on these things, I think there is, well, a lot of boxes that you can tick, right? An action plan is defined. Then also, when it comes to implementation rate of specific actions, so you see, when it's about the strategies and plans, it's always the kind of routine that comes back. Do we have the plan? To what extent are there objectives, responsible institutions, and to what extent can we see the implementation of the plan, okay, in terms of actions fulfilled? Then to what extent is there a central review process for IT investments? To what extent is this in place? Here, the cap of 500,000 euros is put forward. So to what extent have you such a process in place? Is there a standardized methodology to develop a business case for new digital projects that is in place? Is there a catalog of existing IT systems for the whole of government? And also, is there a whole of government catalog of the project pipeline in terms of new digital services and IT systems?
A bit as the coordination,
a bit as
the governance, a bit as the institutions.
Any comments, any questions on this? And then I'm specifically looking for MinDigit colleagues, if anything you would like to question here, you would like to comment here, anything. If we can have them, yes, please. Yeah. For the interpretation, we need a microphone. For the colleagues, yeah. Yeah, please, no worries, long or small. Yeah.
From where you took this amount of money, 500,000 euro?
From my bank account.
Why not?
From my bank account, yeah.
Why not less? Why not, for example, 10,000 euro, 20,000?
Double response. Well, on the specific number of 10,000, because I think, but we can discuss. I think when you put really like a low threshold, like 10K, this would be quite a burden, I think. Well, well, let me put the ball back. Do you have such a review process for the moment? And what is the financial threshold that you have? Well, okay, the thing is, good. The thing is when you have like really a low value, and everything needs to pass via you, this might create a big burden on the ministry. If every institution that wants to do like a IT or a digital, I don't know what, for the small amount, 10K, which is really small when it talk about IT, if all of that needs to pass via you, that might create quite a, how do you call it? Quite a blockage in terms of the pipeline. So therefore, you need to put like a reasonable amount. And then you can discuss about what is reasonable. Is it 500,000? Is it 200,000? Is it 1 million? There we could discuss. But there needs to be a certain kind of central review process as of a certain amount. That's clear. And that amount should not be, our opinion, should be too low. Because then you really create bottleneck. That was the word I was looking for. Then you really create like a bottleneck and a huge workload for you guys in the ministry. That's the reasoning behind. That's the reasoning behind. Happy to discuss further. And again, what's important here is that there is the amount put forward, that there is a certain cap, and also that there is a central review process. If at the end of the day, in Ukraine, you decide, well, we're putting this cap on 200,000 or 100 or 400,000, well, happy to discuss. And in our assessment, we will not stumble over the exact amount. Just common sense, don't make it too low and don't make it like excessively high, because then there is no use to have such a central. As far as I know, no. We'll be fully honest with you. When developing the digital principle, this principle 22, we have been really working closely together with our Estonian colleagues in the Estonian government. So the former government CIO, Sim Sikkut, and he is advising us a lot in developing the methodology, the indicators. So this 500,000 for sure is not coming out of the blue like that. To my knowledge, there is no legal or European, certainly not hard regulation. There might be some guidance left or right that I might not know, but to my knowledge, there is no specific detailed guidance up to that level. I'm willing to check if you like, but what I know now is that there's not such a thing. But thanks for raising it. Any other things that you would like to discuss? Question. Do you have this in place, this whole of government catalog of existing IT systems? Are you having a kind of a, well, catalog, kind of a register of all IT systems that are used throughout the government? Out of interest, I'm really, it's in process, good. by the time that we do the assessment, it will be ready. That's why I understand. Great. Yeah. No, good. I mean, this is, again, what we're seeing in many of the countries with which we are working, there are many things that are being developed. Good. I mean, that's also our purpose, that we want to give a push with the methodology for things to happen. Ideally, also to finish, and when we do the assessment that they're there, but even outside the scope of our assessment, yeah, this should be, it's not because we are not coming that countries should not invest in all of these things. It's not for Sigma that you need to do this. It is for, well, your own public administration that ideally you should work on these things. That's a bit the message, right? Then, when it comes to public registries and data governance, the first thing is that there is a, well, registry of registers, right? So that you have a kind of a meta catalog of public sector registries that is complete and that is updated. This you have in place in Ukraine, right? This register of registries that you already have in place to date. That's good. Then the part of legislation, so data, digital registries, digital certificates, full legal value, prevail over paper documents. That's also something that, if not there, but it is, to my knowledge, that you already have as part of legislation. Then we are looking into the level of digitalization of public registry data. So there we're looking in a number of public registries, and I can look into the details. For example, like the for the vehicles, there is a certain number of components when it's about, well, clearly like the driver license plate. There are like a chassis number, this kind of specific things that need to be there in the vehicle registration register that need to be there. So there we have selected a number of, for a number of base registers, we have selected a number of data that need to be there, and these needs to be digitalized. So there we're looking to the extent, to what extent this is happening. Public body responsible for coordinating public sector data policy. Data governance requirements that are clearly defined. Within the law, there is the obligation for sharing public data. So this is really, again, on this once only, so supporting this once only principle. The availability of guidance and guidelines, data governance to ensure the quality and the availability of data. A comprehensive single data inventory. And then also that within the law, there is the obligation for all public sector bodies to register into the single data inventory, the metadata of the data they collect. So this is very technical, but
working in and dealing with this data and data governance, this is quite, well, not quite, these are like standard provisions. These are the things that you need to have
working
in place.
in and dealing with data and data governance, working with and on data. The whole data thing, this is also something that you have as a responsibility in MinDigit, I guess, right? So these are all aspects you are currently working on, and many of the things you have in place, I presume. Yeah? Top. Anything to discuss? Anything that you'd like to bring up? Anything, questions, things that you'd like to raise or to mention? No? Interoperability, we're looking into the extent that the interoperability framework has been adopted and published. the scope, meaning all the levels from legal, semantic, organizational, and technical, that all the aspects are covered. That also it's mandatory for public sector institutions to link and to adhere to the interoperability framework. Also the alignment to the European interoperability framework. The adoption, so again, to what extent not only the legal or the mandatory part for public sector entities to link up to the interoperability framework, but also really like to see the adoption in the public sector. And then also the information systems that are corresponding to the framework and the requirements. So there is a bit of legal components, as you can see, the first 4 ones, you know? And then also the implementation, and to what extent the interoperability framework is not only there on paper or as a requirement, but also to what extent is it really well adopted, to what extent are institutions and information systems also hooked up, linked up, part of the whole framework. Again, this is quite, well, technical for the ones that are not dealing with it, but for the colleagues dealing with it, it's quite straightforward, we guess. Yeah. So also there, when it comes to Ukraine, I think with Trembita, you are already quite well advanced in having, if not all, many of the aspects in place, right? Probably what would require a bit of, well, data gathering, if we would do the assessment, would be indeed to see like the adoption, so how many institutions are covered by or linked up to the whole interoperability framework, how many of the information systems. But again, this is what you're working on day in, day out. This kind of info should be not impossible to collect and to provide. But crucial, I mean, this is super important to have in terms of information. If there are no questions, no discussions, I'm just continue to talk you through the whole list of indicators. Again, if you have things to ask, things to bring in, throw them in, okay? Digital identity, signature, trust services. Again, a bit of a legal part. So national EID has been adopted. I mean, regulation has been adopted. Legislation harmonized with EIDAS 2.0. So these are also aspects that we are looking in. Looking then into some electronic identity, the free of charge identity and signature, the acceptance of public sector entities accepting electronic signatures in information systems, sector entities accepting national IDs, in their digital service delivery and administrative processes, and then also the uptake, the regular use of the EID for authentication. Again, there we're looking for some administrative data. We're looking for data on acceptance and application, and a part also on the legal provisions. Also there, certainly when it comes to the first ones, I think there you are already, well, really well advanced, really well advanced in Ukraine. For the others, we will be happy to discuss with you on the data, the facts, the figures when it comes to that level. But otherwise, I think you are already well capturing these requirements that we put forward. If you see it different, please speak up, raise your hand, or happy to discuss. Architecture and infrastructure. a cloud-based IT system, the public sector IT systems based on open source technology, government-wide enterprise IT exists, and also the regulation establishes government-wide IT requirements for public sector information. They're, well, quite technical again, and also happy to discuss on the technicalities if needed, when required. Always happy to do that. Uptake of emerging technologies. There is an, well, action plan or plan or strategy that is covering the artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, so not restrictive. That is adopted, so that is in place. So as far as we understand, under development, right, in the country, so that is good. In all administrative procedures, electronic transitions have equal validity as the paper-based ones. The legislation regulating EID, e-signature, and administrative procedures is technology neutral. So the aspect or the concept of technological neutrality, something that we would like to push or to promote, and that we are not stuck and limited or bound at a certain moment by a certain technology that gets outdated at a certain point in time, and we are stuck with it because it is somewhere regulated, which would be a pity, right? This might be an interesting one to briefly touch upon and discuss, like the obligation when coming up with new legislation to have this digital readiness of new legislation. Is this something that you cover already for the moment? If you can get the mic, yes.
We have some analysis on whether the procedure is in paper, or can we make it better by adding some digital stuff? You mean this one or what?
No, this is really when it's about new legislation, like new, well, also policy, but also new legislation. It's the same as this RIA, right? To what extent is there like administrative burden involved in this new legislation? This is also, well, when we do the new legislation, to what extent is it also digitally ready? To what extent is it also then it's not tested, but to what extent, well, is it to a certain moment also vetted to be digitally proof, right? Or does it then force indeed to go really only offline or only paper-based? Can we, this new legislation, can we easily apply it also in a digital context, in a digital sphere?
Yeah, probably we have this. Like if some ministry, for example, would like to make a new service on their own portal, they send us the document, we analyze and say, for example, they want to receive some data that is already in other registries. So we say you probably should take this data from that registry. So this means,
for example, yes,
okay.
That's
yeah. Then we have this.
Yeah. If you're interested, there's quite some interesting work that is going on in the UK, but also in some Scandinavia. Is it Sweden, Denmark? Escapes me now. Really on this digital readiness of legislation. So happy to send you some really good reports into this. I think it could be anyhow, outside of assessments or not, but it could be interesting to dig into.
Can you also dig into the next question on algorithmic decision making?
The algorithmic decision making?
Yeah, and probably about the example of Holland that they have this register of algorithms, how it works. Could you?
Indeed. I mean, what we see more and more, this decision making that is supported by AI, and that indeed automatic decisions are made, right? So that it's really AI algorithms that are preparing the decisions, or even worse, even in an advanced stage, taking the decisions. And this should be very clear. Again, we are not against the development of this technology, or even the use of this technology, but we need to be very clear.
In the cases where this is happening,
where this is
it should be very transparent.
happening,
If the Ministry
of Social Affairs and Housing is using the decision-making on who gets a special benefits for an apartment, that this decision is based upon algorithmic decision-making. I would like to know, if I'm a citizen, if this kind of policy, if this decision is based upon algorithms that are running, and then is saying that person is allowed for social benefits apartment, and that person is not. Again, this might be perfectly eligible, might be perfectly fine, but this needs to be transparent and transparently regulated. That's what we are saying here, right? We're not against that this is happening, but if it happens, and when it happens, it needs to be done transparent, and we need to be clear on this, so that it can also be questioned. It can also be, you can also look into how is decision-making taking place. Clear? Top, thanks. And it's happening more and more and more and more. So this is something where you, as government, should also be very clear on. Yes. Yes, please, shoot.
If we have some AI helper for decision makers, if we have some staff who help us to understand what we decide to do, but AI, it's a black box. We don't know how they decide how they decided something. So how you could find this transparency? How you create transparency AI helper? It's, for me, it's black box. Now in listens, we try to create some AI tool who recognize all documents and give some advice to person who decide that's right or that's advice not right. But transparency AI tool, it's like, I don't know how it's
like a contradiction in terminis. Fully right. That's the thing. I mean, it's a huge black box, and even the black box doesn't know what's the algorithm. I mean, what's the logic in it. I think that's the point that we want to make, is that when you're using this support, that you are clear on, well, our decision making, let me put it differently. Finally, we, as the administrator, as the public civil servant, I am the one that takes the decision, supported by a tool. That's what we mean, be transparent on that decision-making process. How this tool is doing, that we cannot. No one can. Even the tool itself doesn't know how it does that thing. But be clear that the decision is prepared by, but taken by the public administrator. First. Second, or it might happen that also the decision is taken by the tool. That there is no human interaction at the end of the day who says like, no, I need to review the result that comes out, and I have the responsibility to take the final decision. There are certain decisions that are automatically taken by the system where there's no human interaction. Be transparent on those. As a citizen, you need to be aware which kind of decisions how are taken in which way. Are they fully automatic? I would like to know. I would need to know which are they. Or which kind of decisions are taken by an administrator but supported with. I'm not saying the one is bad in per se, but we need to be that's the kind of transparency. Be transparent on the process. Not write down the whole algorithm, but no one knows the whole algorithm, right? So this is what we are basically asking here. If it happens, and it happens more and more, be transparent in which cases it happens and in what way. Does that clarify? Not fully.
If I right understood, we can share some results with AI making, with this decision, and the users and citizens who need to this, I don't know, answer this decision, view what have I tool, what give us I tool, this view, reviews this processing, and what's the what make public servants make some decision, and this citizen can understand. Okay, this some points. What's think about my ask about my problems AI, and can check, can review, and can make some view comments, and this
yes, we have the obligation, the legal obligation as public administration, to be transparent on how we take decisions, and to also to motivate our decisions. If we are supported by any kind of instrument, AI in this case, we need to be clear that we are supported in our decision making as a civil servant, as a public administration, in this way. That's it. That's it. That this is transparent, and this can also be questioned, right? This can also be questioned. The other step, if there is like automatic decision taking, we have this, for example, with speed cameras. We have this trajectory control. So not like speed camera, one single, but they have like, I don't know, 20 kilometers. You start here, you monitor it all the way through, and here at the end, your average speed is too high. In my country, there is no human interaction anymore. So my license plate, I'm driving, camera 1, whoop, camera 2, pop, Mr. Nick, average speed is too high. Next day, in my inbox, automatically I get the fine to be paid. There is no one, no human interaction on checking on this and that. I pay in time or not. When I pay in time, probably there is something ticked by the system, no human interaction. If I don't pay on time, whoop, there is a push message, reminder, you need to pay because you haven't paid on time, no human interaction. The only human interaction will come if I refuse to pay. Then at a certain moment, I will need to come to court, and there is someone in person that I will see. But until then, it's automatic decision taking. Which is, well, in this case, it's quite clear which variables are used. I mean, there is not much to contest. But when it's about, again, about subsidies, who is receiving which kind of benefits, it's way more complex. And there we need to be transparent, right? There we need to be transparent, because I don't know if you followed a bit what happened in the Netherlands like a year ago. They had some big scandal with AI tools spitting out some decisions. Blindly they followed, and there were like hundreds of thousands of families who didn't receive the benefits they were entitled to. Well, this should not happen. So at least we should be transparent on how we work, how we take decisions. That's what we want to say here. So that this can be also questioned. This is the obligation that we have. That's the level of transparency that we need to assure and to guarantee. And this will come more and more and more and more. These systems will also be better and better and better and better. That's clear. That's good. But still, we need to be transparent on what we do and how we do things. And that's the point. But I think we are quite on the same page here. So that's. But thanks for the question. I'm moving on. Yes, another. You can take my mic.
Одне коротке запитання.
Just one brief question. Can we consider the fact that we have all processes described in our regulatory framework as a proof of transparency? We have very detailed procedure for receiving social services, needs assessment, reasons for denial. Everything is described in regulations. Is it a sufficient level of transparency, or do we need to prove transparency in some other way?
No, that's fully transparent. The question here, or on the previous slide, if I can go back, would be in that process that you have described, is there any kind of algorithmic decision-making or support that is taking place? Or are all these steps executed by yourself, by colleagues, by human civil servants? That's the main question. If there is a certain part where there is AI, algorithmic decision-making or support is involved, there we should be extremely transparent. But what you have covered already now, this is like fully transparent, and that's fully fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good, we move on. We move on to the privacy, cyber, data protection. So, National Data Protection Regulation is there. Regulation is fully harmonized with GDPR. There is a responsible body that oversees the data protection regulation. My understanding, this is what is done currently within the Parliament. That there you have linked to the ombuds, right? That you have the National Data Protection Authority, correct? So you don't have like a special dedicated agency, but there the functions are there taken up by the colleagues in the ombuds, correct? That's on data, the first block. Then we move to cybersecurity. So there, National Cybersecurity Regulation and standards are adopted, is adopted. Regulation is harmonized with the NIS directive. Public sector entities are compliant with service security standards, and so the percentage of. A national cybersecurity strategy is adopted, implemented, at least for the side of the public administration. So this is what we focus on mostly. Implementation rate of this strategy. Then when it comes to institutions and mechanisms, there is the cyber response mechanism and the institution. There is also the SOC that is established and fully operational. Colleagues dealing with these matters, this is again quite standard, this is quite technical, but still, again, colleagues dealing with these issues, this is not Chinese for them, right? And then also, that's something that I forgot to mention. We are running this, what I said before, the survey towards citizens, the survey towards businesses. We have this public procurement focus. And we have also a survey towards civil servants that we're running with the assessment. Most of the questions that are dealing with human resource management, clearly, so not in our area, but this one is. So public servants that are indicating to what extent they have sufficient cybersecurity skills in place. Yeah. So there we have like an opinion from civil servants to what extent they indicate themselves that they had a sufficient level of, well, cyber hygiene or cybersecurity skills. Yeah. Interesting to know to what extent, again, this is like self-reporting, clear, self-estimate, but interesting to know to what extent this is the opinion. The last one, you mean? How we measure this? Well, again, we're running a questionnaire. When we do the assessment, we are running a questionnaire within the Ukrainian public administration. So hundreds of civil servants are receiving the questionnaire with a number of questions, most of them dealing with HR issues. But one of the questions relates to, I don't know the exact question, but something like, do you think or do you feel that you have sufficient digital skills or sufficient cyber skills, something like this? It's a fairly general question. I know, I see you're raising your eyebrows. It's a way to identify what is the level of digital awareness, well, cyber in this case, awareness or not. Is it sufficient? No. Is it better than nothing? Yes. So that's again, you could, for sure, there are like frameworks that are like fully focusing on that aspect. And rightly so, because it's crucial. We only have this little focus on that one. The same for digital talent. Look at number 3, digital talent. We used the same survey to ask civil servants to what extent they feel that they have sufficient digital skills to do their work. I, as a Ukrainian civil servant, when I get this questionnaire, how do I feel? Do I feel that I'm sufficiently equipped, skilled, digitally, to do my work that I need to do? That's basically the simple question that we ask. Again, is it sufficient? Probably not. But it's interesting to know. It's important to know. The others are probably more important. Well, do you also have a digital skills competency framework in place that is determining, the competences or the skills for the entire public administration? Basically, do you know what is needed in terms of digital skills to run or to have the public administration run properly? Do you have this kind of competency framework in place? Second, do you also have a policy and some actions linked to that are in place, really targeting skilling and attracting, so upgrading and attracting for digital talent in the public sector? Is this something that you have? Do you have like an active attention / policy / framework, concrete actions to really attract or upskill digital talent in the Ukrainian public administration? Someone.
I don't know, but we have some DIA, I don't know, explain it, DIA, DIA освіта, Ми маємо Дія освіта, і там у нас
We
є
have
певні
Dia
курси для
Osvita, and in Dia
саме
Osvita we have a
підвищення
special course
і
for
розвитку
continuous
цифрових
professional
навичок.
development of digital specialists, so digital skill building courses. But a framework within the company, well, probably not. I haven't really seen it. Most of these are private initiatives.
So, like that.
Thank you so much. And also thanks, by the way, for making the efforts in doing in English. Appreciate it. Well, I think these courses that you mentioned, well, this is super good. Huh? I mean, this is not everywhere the case, and this is not everywhere happening. So that's already like first, again, maybe not sufficient, but still, this is a first good thing. Ideally, they happen indeed within a wider framework that we identify what are the skills needed, yeah? What are the skills that we're currently having within our organizations, and how do we bridge the gap between the existing and the actual needs? And then how do we work to bridge those gaps? Via these courses, or do we really need to have specific campaigns or actions to attract digital talent? At a certain moment in Belgium, we had like a special career for engineers and also for IT specialists. Otherwise, it was impossible to attract them to the public sector. They all went to the private market. To build like a special career, they were attracting with high profiles engineers, specialists, and also IT specialists. That was the only way at that time to really recruit sufficient numbers of these high-level specialists. Otherwise, it was impossible. So, again, these are all, I'm not saying you should have that measure, but it should be part of a plan, a strategy. What do we do? To attract them, to upskill them, and to keep them. That's a bit the whole idea.
I forget we have CDTO campus. Yeah.
And I had the pleasure to be there earlier in the week. It looks amazing, huh? So, again, many things are happening in Ukraine on this. Good things are happening. Sufficient? Okay, that's for you to discuss, to decide, and later on also, well, in dialogue to see if it is sufficient. The last one, and then we are slowly coming to an end as well, the reuse of digital solutions. Again, we should not reinvent the wheel or the hot water each and every time again. We should reuse also digital solutions. So once we develop a digital solution, it should be mandatory to reuse. There should also be a central institution that should facilitate the reuse, that should do an inventory of what is in place, what is being developed, what can be shared, what can be reused, and to facilitate, to stimulate the reuse. And that also when you are confronted with, I need to develop something, that you should have an easy access to where things have been developed already. An overview, an inventory, database, and whatever. But there is a kind of a repository where you can easily, when you are working in this area, where you can easily see what is already there, how can I build on this, how can I reuse, and then related to the second, how can this also be supported, facilitated? Again, there is also a lot of work going on, also in Ukraine, but also elsewhere, and this is really for the future super important. Not only under these difficult circumstances, but anytime. Financial resources will be scarce. So building solutions, reusing solutions, this is what we also need to invest in. Again, straightforward for the colleagues working in this area. This is what we would like to see also in the future. To conclude, before passing the floor to you, colleagues, this is where Martin started this morning in presenting you the 6 areas where we are active as Sigma, right? So it's about this strategy and policy making, the green ones. It's about human resource management. it's about organization accountability oversight, and it's about public financial management and public procurement and the service delivery. What I was just presenting on digital, this is all related to this aspect. But in all these different blocks, there are some digital aspects involved as well. And this is what we try to capture in this last one, that we are pulling from all these different areas, that we are pulling in the underlying indicators, sub-criteria, whatever, from the other areas into one. For example, access to legislation, which is not in my area of service delivery, which is in this policy development and coordination area. We are pulling this digital access to legislation, digital platform for public consultation. We are pulling this info together under this indicator, if you want. The detailed analysis will be done under those areas, but the findings we will pull together in this one. The HRMIS, Human Resources Information System, also Ms. Halushina was presenting this morning or speaking this morning. This is what we are pulling here. Digital portal for recruitment, we're also pulling in here. When it comes to organization accountability oversight, the open data and reuse of public information, we are pulling in here. From the public financial management side and public procurement, digital tools for internal control, digital tools for accounting information, and public procurement data system or systems. This is also the information we're pulling together here. So again, with this, and all of this is further documented, what is behind all of these indicators, will lead us probably a bit too far and too long right now. But just to tell you that one big part of how we measure the digital government or digitalization aspect in this area is, as I said, these 9 dedicated sub-principles that we ran into, plus this one where we pull together all relevant sources and information from the other parts of our public administration principles and the whole framework. Does that resonate a bit? I mean, does that make sense, or do you have questions on this as a principle, but also into some of the details? Again, in the presentation, all of this is documented, what specifically is measured with these things. And so under HRMIS, you see like all the specific points and sub-criteria, the same for the digital portal for recruitment. I'm just clicking through because this is, again, would lead us quite far. Just want to come to the closure. Questions on anything? What we have seen, what we have heard today. If no questions right now, please feel free before I leave to grab me and put some direct one-to-one questions. No worries. If you like to follow up later on, contact me, write me an email, WhatsApp me, Viber me, Telegram me, what else do you have? So just get in touch, right? Visit me, just come over, always. I mean, I want to say always happy. Follow us on Sigma, you know, I mean, all these things, but really always happy to interact, always happy to engage. If no further questions, then Marina, pass the floor to you.
Мабуть, це буде не питання. Я так розумію, що ми вже підходимо до фінальної частини. Я правильно розумію?
As far as I understand, it's a wrap-up, right?
Yes.
Сьогодні був дуже насичений день. Він
It's
і був
been
насичений
a
у нас, в принципі,
very
з понеділка. Так? Ми
intensive day.
дуже плідно
Actually, Nick has
працювали, у
been
нас було
working
багато заходів.
industriously
І,
since
шановні
Monday.
колеги, ну, класичною
Dear colleagues, traditionally,
ми завжди
we always extend
маємо
our
сказати гарні
sincere
слова на
gratitude
завершення.
to the team of Sigma. Many thanks for those opportunities you create for us. It's a unique opportunity to get first-hand information about all details related to principles developed by OECD. We are going to work with those principles for a couple of next months ahead of us. We will implement those principles in our PAR, Public Administration Reform. Nick is the senior advisor and the head of the group on service delivery and digitalization. So Nick is a very valuable source of information for us. Thank you very much for coming to Ukraine physically in person. Thank you for delivering this presentation. Now we know what Sigma focuses on, what principles been implemented since the last update in 2023. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us today. And dear colleagues, I would like also to thank our interpreters for their professional attitude. Thank you very much. Dear Nick, maybe you've got a couple of remarks. In the end of the event, actually, you've been on the stage for the whole day, but still, we're very grateful. We highly appreciate your performance. But maybe you want to say something in the end, and dear colleagues, maybe you want to say something in person while Nick is here. I think that we will thank Nick all together for this event. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Nick. Colleagues, let me remind you that this is the end of the third module on the updated Sigma principles. Our next meeting is scheduled for 19th of June. It will be online, and on the 25th and 26th of June, we are going to meet again here in the premises of the National Agency. Our sincere gratitude is extended to Sigma team and Nick in particular. I wish all of us a good weekend. Then we'll have time to digest the information we have received. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for allocating your time to this module. Thank you for coming, and Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine.
To end, really big thanks to the agency for having us as Sigma, for having me in person. Thank you very much to the center and Marina and really dedicated colleagues in particular for the warm welcome, the excellent support that helps a lot in doing our work. This is invaluable. Thank you, dear colleagues, for participating, for spending a day here with us, with me, fully aware that it's a lot of information to pass in one day, and that's okay. You will receive the material. As Martin said, we have everything fully documented. From the principles to the methodology, everything is documented also in Ukrainian. So no need to read everything in English, everything is there. So if you have an interest, dive into it, familiarize. If you have questions, reach out to the center or to us directly, always helpful and always willing to do so. Let me just to conclude to thank you a lot for not only being here, but for all the efforts that you are doing for the public administration, for the citizens, the businesses, but for your country in general. Your dedication, your support, your way of working is really means a lot for the country and is like an example for so many others outside the country, including for us. So as I started this morning, I think we can only be humble in coming here, in sharing our expertise and our knowledge, really as like equal partners. We don't want to lecture, we don't want to preach, we want to support, we want to help the best we can under all circumstances, and certainly during these very difficult ones. So let me wish you in person, but also your families, your beloved ones, all the best of luck, a lot of courage, strength. Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and hope to see each other in, well, better times. If it's here, love to come to Kiev again. If ever you come to Paris, send a message. If you come to Brussels, where I am, send a message. Always happy to meet up, to have a coffee, or something else, also good. Thank you so much, colleagues. Enjoy the weekend.
Дякую.
Thank you so much.